Chapter 1037. Only Yentai pulled a long face. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. This time, he didn't even use a tenth of his strength. The Yin family welcomed Qin Feng into the Yin residence, and the next few days were to discuss the specific regulations. This was not a small matter. It was to establish the general trend of the Northern Spirit region's Lingnan era. After the Lingnan Yin family submitted, Qin Feng felt that the heart of the region had been injected with a new power, and it was close to the Great Circle. Stepping on the land of the Northern Spirit region, it was as if he was the absolute ruler of this land. With a thought, he could control the fate of billions of lives on this land, and even the surrounding land veins, mountains, and rivers could be moved at will. With a thought, it was the divine domain. A region's Saint Emperor was like a small, ancient son of heaven. Qin Feng stepped out of the Yin residence's vermilion gate. In the gloomy sky, raindrops fell with the wind. He was dressed in black, and it was exceptionally quiet on the long street. Rumor has it that the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was not an ordinary son of heaven, and there were different ranks among the ancient sons of heaven. There were the ordinary 95 sons of heaven. Then there were the 97 heavenly kings and the 99 great emperors. They were the highest great emperors among the sons of heaven. At first, I thought that it was just speculation by the later generations, but now, it might be true. Qin Feng could clearly feel how powerful this 8 Barons indestructible heaven scroll was. Junior brother Qin, are you preparing to go to Withered Leaf City? At this moment, a faint voice came from the Yin residence behind him. Qin Feng turned around. Wang Daoyi. Qin Feng looked at Wang Daoyi. Wang Daoyi was holding a flower-printed umbrella, and raindrops fell from the umbrella like a lotus leaf in a pond. He walked over and stared into Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes. Junior brother, don't be surprised. If we really talk about it, I might be more familiar with the 8 Barons indestructible heaven scroll than you. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Junior brother, you might not know, but I was the king of evil gods in the ancient Eastern Wilderness era. I even personally experienced the 8 Barons indestructible heaven scroll of the Eastern Wilderness. He smiled and seemed very easygoing. However, the information revealed in his words was earth-shattering. He actually said that he had arm-wrestled the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was the most ferocious person in the primordial age. Junior brother, from what I've said, the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll is indeed a supreme cultivation technique, but it's a cultivation technique from the Eastern Wilderness that contains too many imprints of the Eastern Wilderness. Wang Daoyi didn't say anything else. He just looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He understood what Wang Daoyi meant. Every expert had their own Dao. Although the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll was a supreme cultivation technique, it contained too many marks of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. If he continued to cultivate, although he would have some success, it would still be extremely limited. Moreover, just like the supreme devil Dao cultivation methods he had spread, those devil Dao cultivation methods contained his devil lord laws. This 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll also contained the sovereign laws of the Eastern Wilderness great emperor. Even if he became a deity, he would only be a subordinate deity of the Eastern Wilderness great emperor. Even if Wang Daoyi didn't remind him, Qin Feng knew this very well. However, Qin Feng had other ideas. Thank you for enlightening me, senior brother. Qin Feng nodded slightly and changed the topic. However, I do need to make a trip to Withered Leaf City to settle this matter in the Northern Spirit region. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't want to talk about it, Wang Daoyi didn't want to dwell on it. When he heard that Su Xiaoshou wanted to go to Withered Leaf City, he immediately said, Junior brother, Withered Leaf City is different from Nether City. I'm afraid this trip will be somewhat troublesome for you. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked up slightly. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Wang Daoyi said, I wouldn't dare to enlighten you. Speaking of which, Withered Leaf City and the descendants of Nether City have always been at odds. Nether City was almost devoured by Withered Leaf City several times. Helping you is helping Nether City itself. Qin Feng smiled slightly. You're too humble, senior brother. How can Withered Leaf City possibly devour Nether City? Wang Daoi shook his head. Withered Leaf City has a strong background. Even if Nether City and Tianshui City join forces, there's still no match for Withered Leaf City. In fact, they might even be slightly weaker. Are they that powerful? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. If Tianshui Cities by family and Nether City's Yin family were to join forces, they could even compete with the Bailing sect. Wang Daoi actually said that even if the two families joined forces, they would still be weaker than Withered Leaf City's Wu family. What's the background of Withered Leaf City that even senior brother is so afraid of them? Qin Feng's expression was solemn. The two of them found a restaurant to shelter from the rain. The red clay stove emitted a warm aura as the waiter served them hot pot and high-quality tea. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. Wang Daoi picked up the high-quality Yixing clay teapot and took a sip as he narrowed his eyes. Withered Leaf City's Wu family does have a strong background. They're an ancestral witch from the primordial Witch Dao era. They can be said to be an orthodox Witch Dao family. Witch Dao era. Ancestral witch? Qin Feng was slightly stunned as a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The primordial Witch Dao era was divided into countless eras. The primordial Witch Dao era was the first era of the primordial Witch Dao era. Following there were the 5 eras of the primordial Witch Dao era. They were the Tai era, Tai Chu era, Tai Shi era, Tai Su era, and Tai Chi era. Following that was the mythology era. The mythology era was also known as the Temple era. In this epoch, the Tao of sacrifice was flourishing. The sacrificial fire Qin Feng had seen before, the sacrifice of gods, was a supreme art passed down from this epoch. After that, there were many eras. For example, the martial Dao era was also one of the primordial Witch Dao eras. The Witch Dao era was before the martial Dao era. There was even an epic lord-like existence among them. Even a peerless existence, like the great Eastern Wilderness Emperor, couldn't be called an epic lord. The ancestor of the Witch Dao era was the Witch Ancestor. Under the Witch Ancestor, there were the 12 Witch Ancestors in charge of the world. Then there were the Witch Gods, Witch Emperors, Witch Saints, and so on. The 12 Witch Ancestors were famous existences in the primordial Witch Dao era. Every one of them had achievements that weren't inferior to the ancient emperors born in ordinary eras. They were the Space Witch Ancestor, Wood Witch Ancestor, Gold Witch Ancestor, Water Witch Ancestor, Fire Witch Ancestor, Wind Witch Ancestor, Thunder Witch Ancestor, Light Witch Ancestor, Darkness Witch Ancestor, Earth Witch Ancestor, Time Witch Ancestor, and Massacre Witch Ancestor. Qin Feng's former subordinate, Prince Chang Qin, had the bloodline of the Fire Witch Ancestor. However, in reality, the Witch Ancestor's bloodline in Zhu Rong's body was already very faint. Moreover, they had only inherited the bloodline of a Witch Ancestor who had the bloodline of the Fire Witch Ancestor. After such a long time, they actually only had a part of the Witch Ancestor's bloodline. There were no traces of the Witch Dao on them. They didn't cultivate the Witch Dao techniques. What Wang Daoi meant was that the Withered Leaf City's Wu family was the orthodox Witch Dao clan. This was out of the ordinary. There's more later. Chapter 1038. Witchcraft was different from martial arts. It was divided into sorcerers and sorcerers. Sorcerers were not that different from martial arts. The only difference was that sorcerers paid more attention to their bodies. Every sorcerer's bodies were innate killing machines. Sorcerers, on the other hand, were rare sorcerers. Although sorcerers were not necessarily stronger than sorcerers, their methods were strange and impossible to guard against. However, Qin Feng was not too worried. He had also obtained a portion of the witchcraft legacy from Duan Shaolu. Sorcerers' methods were not inferior to a sorcerer god's. According to the witchcraft's classification, the sorcerer god was divided into 14 stages. The first stage corresponded to the 13th stage of martial arts. The second stage corresponded to the meridian condensation realm. The third stage corresponded to the reincarnation realm. The fourth stage corresponded to the nirvana realm. The fifth stage corresponded to the martial arts almighty. The sixth stage corresponded to the supreme almighty. The seventh stage corresponded to the sun god quasi-sage. The eighth stage corresponded to the sage. The ninth stage corresponded to the sage king. The 10th stage corresponded to the great sage. The 11th stage corresponded to the earth sage. The 12th stage corresponded to the world king. The 13th stage corresponded to the sage sun. The 14th stage corresponded to the supreme being. The 15th stage corresponded to the sorcerer god. The sorcerer god was equivalent to the deity and heaven rank experts. In fact, there were many special cultivation methods in the primordial era. Many of them were replaced by the 18th stage. The 16th stage corresponded to the Lord God realm. However, even if they were of the same stage, there were differences in strength. The stage was only a way of knowing and did not equate to absolute strength. According to Wang Daoyi, the Withered Leaf City's Wu family was inherited from the wood ancestor of the witchcraft era. Among them, the wood element witchcraft was exceptionally terrifying and strange, especially in Withered Leaf City, which was surrounded by forests. Coincidentally, when the Wu family ambushed my Yin family, they almost destroyed my Yin family's inheritance. This is a good time to settle the score with them. Wang Daoyi's brows carried a trace of coldness. If that's the case, Senior Wang, let's go together. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Although he did not know why Senior Wang was so enthusiastic, there was no doubt about his strength. With such strong reinforcements delivering themselves to his doorstep, Qin Feng would not be polite. Now that I think about it, the Wu clan of Withered Leaf City can be said to possess quite a bit of wealth. They claim to possess 108 blessed lands and 800 spirit mountains. Especially Withered Leaf City. It's even built on an extremely enormous ancient war tree. Wang Daoyi had a meaningful look on his face. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with him, and the two of them laughed mischievously. Qin Feng suddenly realized that this Wang Daoyi actually had a common topic. The Withered Leaf City's Wu family was located in the east of the northern spirit region. The Wu family was the absolute overlord of this area. As the head of the Dongfang family, they occupied a large area of land. Standing on Giant Spirit Mountain, Withered Leaf City was in the basin below. To be precise, it was in the basin below, on top of an ancient tree. It was impossible to describe just how enormous this ancient tree was. Its branches spread out as if they were tens of thousands of miles away. Any random wormhole on the huge tree was as large as a lake. The leaves were dense and dense. Looking up, it seemed as if even the giant Spirit Mountain, which was thousands of miles above the basin, was covered. On the 1,000-meter-tall mountain, the branches stretched out from afar like calm bridges. This is the ancient war tree? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Even the quasi-god grade spirit roots in his body that were more than 100,000 years old seemed like babies compared to this. Wang Daoyi glanced at Qin Feng from the corner of his eye. When he first saw this ancient tree, his expression was not much better than Qin Feng's. This was practically a moving, wood elemental natural battle formation fortress. Rumor has it that this ancient tree existed when the Wu family was established. This is the greatest foundation of the Wu family in Withered Leaf City. Not only can this ancient war tree provide a huge protective force, but there are also countless wood elemental spirit roots growing on the ancient war tree. It can be said to be a natural wood elemental sacred realm, especially the 256 metal elemental fruits that the ancient war tree bears every 1,000 years. They can be said to be divine grade spirit fruits that can assist in comprehending the laws. Its wonders have attracted countless experts. For countless eras, relying on this ancient war tree, no one has been able to shake the Wu family in Withered Leaf City. Not the Biling sect, not the Great Sunlight Temple, not some of the overlords born in the Northern Spirit region in the previous eras. Wang Daoyi sighed slightly. Who knows how many overlords have changed in the Northern Spirit region, but the Wu family has never fallen. This is a tough bone to chew. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "From what I know, this ancient war tree seems to be the ancient guardian tree of the Wood Spirit clan of the Ancient Spirit clan." Wang Daoi glanced at Qin Feng and was slightly surprised. Junior brother also knows about this clan that disappeared in the long river of time. The Wood Spirit clan was one of the ancient spirit clans. It was also a big clan in the ancient era. The three great spirit roots of the clan were the ancient war tree, the ancient life tree, and the ancient wisdom tree. Of course, Qin Feng knew about it. For a period of time, he was obsessed with collecting spirit roots and had some understanding of the Wood Spirit clan. However, regarding the Wood Spirit clan, there were only a few words in the ancient books. Wood Spirit clan. Wang Daoi's eyes flickered as if he was recalling. I have interacted with the Wood Spirit clan before. This is a very peaceful clan. It's just that they are too kind and believe in many people that they shouldn't. Qin Feng looked up at Wang Daoi. Wang Daoi didn't seem to be willing to say more and looked at the ancient war tree. Boom! At this moment, a dense black cloud appeared in the distant sky. The heavy black clouds came extremely quickly and covered thousands of miles of the void in the blink of an eye. An extremely powerful force was born from within. It carried a supreme power. Hee. An extremely evil, low, and cold laughter faintly came from within the clouds. The terrifying force caused all living beings within thousands of miles to involuntarily feel a boundless, terrifying chill in their hearts. Many living beings even had their vitality sucked away in an instant and turned into withered corpses. It was a demon god, and a tyrannical demon god at that. A 15-stage demon god. This demon god had obviously cultivated life elemental laws of nature and had frightening control over life elemental energy. Apart from this tyrannical aura, there were 4 or 5 other auras that were slightly weaker. They were all 14-stage supremacy existences. The terrifying atmosphere was overwhelming, and countless living beings and experts within thousands of miles felt uneasy. Looks like we're not the only two who have their eyes on Withered Leaf City. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Wang Daoi nodded. That's natural. Although the ancient war tree is tyrannical, it also makes people jealous. Those demon gods have just awakened and need this kind of life elemental spirit root to increase their strength. Naturally, they have their eyes on the ancient war tree. At this moment, 1 or 2 auras in the black clouds seemed to have discovered the 2 people on Giant Spirit Mountain who didn't dodge at all. They suddenly swooped down toward Giant Spirit Mountain. Chapter 1039. Both Wang Daoi and Qin Feng were masters of martial arts. They were the saints and gods of martial arts. Their vitality was at its peak. Although they had restrained some of it, it was still very eye-catching in the eyes of many evil gods. Those who could be called evil gods in the Primordial Age, and the Primordial Age were mostly those who liked to consume flesh, souls, or the more direct belief of evil gods. Wang Daoi and Qin Feng were undoubtedly 2 great tonics in the eyes of many evil gods. Qin Feng looked up at the 2 evil gods rushing down and pointed to the one on the left, blinded by greed. Senior Brother Wang, let's split these 2 equally. Both of these evil gods have 5th-grade godhoods. You can have the death god who wields a portion of the power of death, and I can have the evil god who wields a portion of the power of water vapor. Wang Daoi smiled. It's been a long time since I've hunted an evil god. Today is a good day. Junior brother, let's compete to see who can kill these 2 prey first. All right, Qin Feng nodded. The 2 evil gods above were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Not only did these 2 not avoid them, but they even dared to boast shamelessly about being Orion gods. Brat, I'm going to kill you. The evil god who controlled the heavenly water authority in the boundless black clouds above let out a furious roar. Time and space within a radius of several hundred miles seemed to have frozen. God's law, northern underworld heavy water. Boom! In the next instant, boundless black water seemed to break through time and space. Although this evil god was only a fifth-class god, which was far inferior to the third-class gods like the Yin family's god, its power was not weak either. However, playing with the heavenly water authority in front of Qin Feng, the ancestral dragon of water, was like showing off in front of an expert. The black water that filled the sky descended, containing a faint trace of divinity. Its power was far beyond that of ordinary water god's law. However, it descended on Qin Feng's head and engulfed Qin Feng entirely. That evil god sneered at the sight, but in the next instant, a trace of horror appeared in its eyes. The black water that filled the sky was swallowed by a faint figure in the center, like a whale sucking in water. Demi-immortal law, life extraction, an invisible power appeared like a flood. Not only did it swallow up evil god's spirit law, north dark heavy water power, but also wrapped up evil god's body in the black cloud. In an instant, the mighty and awe-inspiring body of the evil god turned into a thin and withered skeleton. At the same time, an enormous amount of life energy surged into Qin Feng's body and refined it for him. His entire body emitted a sparkling and translucent light of life. You! In the clouds, the evil god's face was ghastly pale and terrified. A trace of unwillingness and despair flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, his body soundlessly turned into ashes. Even his soul had collapsed. What a powerful life drain. Although Huan Yu is an ancient evil god and doesn't have a long lifespan, she still has at least 10,000 years. Yet, her lifespan was sucked dry in an instant. Within the black clouds, next to the demi-immortal wretch god, a voice filled with shock and dread. You can't blame anyone for this. Huan Yu and Sang Hun asked for it. They disobeyed the heavenly lord's orders and deserved to die. Another evil god sneered. He was covered in black feathers, and his eyelids had a demonic golden color. He was a very sinister and handsome young man. Heavenly Lord, Huan Yu, and Sang Hun are in the wrong, but they are still our people. Should we take action? Another evil god at the side spoke. Yes, these two are from our Genesis elephant god system after all. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Our target is the withered Leaf City's Wu family. Snatching this ancient war tree, some evil gods were unwilling to take action. What are you afraid of? Although these two are strong, we still have 5 evil gods here. If the Heavenly Lord takes action personally, that's right. These two are so strong. Whether it's their flesh, blood, or divine souls, they are all treasures that can increase one's cultivation and recover one's strength. If we refine their divine souls, we might be able to improve our strength further. Many evil gods had greedy looks in their eyes. The deaths of Huan Yu and Sang Hun didn't make them retreat. Instead, it made them even more greedy. Of course, the main source of their confidence came from the evil god who had been quiet all this while. In front of the group of evil gods was an evil god with a valiant figure. His body was shrouded in a ball of pitch-black light. His tall, demonic figure stood tall, and his majestic aura was filled with supreme majesty. His figure was like a demonic elephant that could shake the heavens. At this moment, the two evil gods fell at the same time. Qin Feng raised his head. At the moment when the illusory moon evil god was killed by him, Wang Daoyi blasted out a ray of divine light that struck the bereaved soul evil god. It was as if a giant beast had swallowed the bereaved soul evil god whole. Qin Feng even seemed to hear a ferocious beast chewing on the evil god of Sang Hun's miserable cries. It seems to be the law of reincarnation. Qin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, the god power of the evil god that belonged to Huan Yu in his body had been completely devoured by him. Qin Feng could faintly feel that there was an additional power of providence surrounding his body. At the same time, he could control multiple types of water vapor with a single thought and transform them into clouds and rain. There was also a new type of law of gods that he could naturally control. It was the northern underworld heavy water. This was a kind of law of God's ability that would only be born after an acquired water-type law of God's became a deity. The power created by the law of gods had an unbearable stench and overlapped with part of the power of the twilight of the gods. It seemed to be able to pollute the cultivator's flesh and blood, and even the soul. Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. The water-type evil god's water-type law of gods seemed to be related to the sewer. However, as the law of gods was withdrawn, Qin Feng felt that his control over the water-type law of gods had once again risen by a small level. He had a feeling that if he continued to kill water-type evil gods and took back their law of gods and gathered them into himself, he might be able to become a water-type chief god without having to cultivate. Junior brother Qin, it seems like we're evenly matched in this round. Wang Daoyi landed on the ground. Qin Feng came back to his senses and glanced at Wang Daoyi. Then he looked up at the few evil gods in the sky who didn't conceal their malice at all. This is just the appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Wang Daoyi glanced at them and smiled. This seems to be a small pantheon. They seem to have their eyes on us. I reckon the two of us are already on their menu. Pantheon. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The so-called pantheon was the same as the celestial court in myths and legends, except that it was simpler. Usually, there would be a god-king in a pantheon. Of course, if it was a large-scale pantheon, there would be a god-emperor. The top pantheons were, of course, those created by the chief gods. Other deities outside the pantheon were all subordinates. In Qin Feng's opinion, other subordinate deities were all products that were attached to the chief god's law. The evil gods were attached to the evil ancestors' law. The true essence of the evil ancestors' law was plunder, and plunder was a way to expand the law. The chaotic evil gods usually used slaughter and calamity to create opportunities for plunder to increase their strength. The ancient war tree in front of them was the target of this group of evil gods. However, Qin Feng and Wang Daoyi's appearance instantly diverted their attention temporarily. There's more later. Chapter 1040. Every complete law had its own special authority. For example, the Netherworld Law's authority was related to the soul, good and evil, life and death, reincarnation, and so on. Of course, if the authority of two laws overlapped, there would definitely be a winner, life and death. For example, the Blood River Law's authority also included the soul and reincarnation. These two natural laws were natural enemies. You or me. Moreover, laws could be swallowed and merged. Of course, there were many restrictions and conditions for merging and swallowing. In short, there were too many secrets between the laws, and Qin Feng didn't know much about them. However, he knew that the evil Tao and demon Tao laws were natural enemies. With a very serious overlap of laws, the two were destined to be mortal enemies. Among them, the authority of two overlapping laws included plundering. Evil gods were experts under the evil Tao laws, and they were high-grade goods. Killing one was a kind of devouring for the evil Tao laws. If he could kill a higher-grade evil ancestor, it would undoubtedly be a great supplement for the demon Tao laws. Wang Daoyi smiled slightly. He also had such thoughts. His netherworld law had just been established, and the same netherworld law had some overlapping areas in a sense. Being able to devour some evil Tao laws was also very beneficial for the netherworld law. Junior brother Qin, leave that heaven-rank evil god to me. You can deal with the remaining 5 evil gods. Is that okay? Qin Feng's expression changed. Heaven-rank Cthulhu was, of course, considered a small team leader within the Cthulhu laws. Killing one of them would undoubtedly bring more benefits to his own laws. However, this heaven-rank evil god wasn't a pushover. He was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He was a tough nut to crack. In comparison, although killing the other 5 evil gods would bring less benefits, they were much easier to deal with. In that case, I'll have to trouble senior brother to deal with the king of the divine system. Nodding slightly, Wang Daoyi's figure flashed into the depths of the endless void. At the same time, The leader of the evil gods felt Wang Daoi's provocative divine thought. He was furious and followed Wang Daoi into the depths of the endless void. At this time, Qin Feng flew out from the giant spirit mountain and landed in front of the 5 evil gods. At this moment, deep within the ancient war tree, this was an ancient city that was born in the middle of the canopy. The huge city was built on the wide trunk of the tree, and it had a natural and ancient feel that was different from ordinary cities. The dark green castle looked as if it was carved out of life gemstones. As long as he breathed in slightly, he would be able to penetrate deep into his internal organs. The wood spirit chi here was much denser than some of the wood saint lands. Not only would his cultivation speed increase by dozens of times, even his lifespan would be extended. It was no wonder that the experts outside were jealous. In the center of the treetop, in the depths of an ancient castle, many experts of the Wu family had gathered together. Ancestor, who are those people outside? They can actually contend with the Yuanxiang divine branch. In the depths of the castle, on the throne, the Wu family patriarch raised his head and looked at the 3 existences on the main seats with a puzzled expression. The Yuanxiang divine branch's evil gods were one of the several divine branches under the command of the 9th evil ancestor. For some reason, these evil gods had recently targeted the withered leaf city's Wu family. From time to time, they would come to harass him. It could be said that the Wu family had suffered greatly. On the periphery, there was a large circle of spirit stones. The spirit beast mountain had been forced to give up and could only defend their base camp, the ancient war tree. Even if the 3 divine spirit patriarchs attacked together, they could not do anything. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of those who wore shoes. These evil gods were ferocious bandits. Although there were 3 deity-level powerhouses in the Wu clan, only Wu Lan had reached the threshold of a Tier 3 deity. The other 2, Wu Yu and Wu Wei, were both high-level Tier 4 deities. Among them, Wu Yu was a fire element divine spirit. He was dressed in a red robe, and his eyebrows were like flames. He laughed coldly. In my opinion, these 2 groups of people have ulterior motives. It would be best if they both perish together. However, this is also an opportunity. Who knows, we might be able to take advantage of it and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yes, this is an opportunity. These 2 groups of people are abnormally strong and have some extraordinary items on them. If we can capture them and use them, the 3 of us will definitely benefit immensely. We might even be able to take a peek at the true divine position. Wu Wei had a strange look on his face. He was an earth element divine spirit, a 4th-class earth element divine spirit. As everyone knew, only 3rd-class divine spirits were true gods. Although 4th-class divine spirits had also cultivated divine spirit laws, they could only be comparable to ordinary heavenly experts at most. There was a hint of greed in the eyes of the 2 divine spirits. Any heaven-ranked warrior was a human-shaped treasure trove. Suppressing such existences would more or less bring them some benefits. If they encountered someone rich, it might help them ascend to the position they had always dreamed of. The Wu family had never been kind people. Wu Lan, the strongest among them, glanced at the Wu family experts below and said dispassionately, "We'll act according to the circumstances." The Wu family experts looked at each other. Then their bodies trembled, and their eyes glinted fiercely. In the void, Qin Feng's expression was calm as he looked at the 5 evil gods lined up in front of him. These 5 evil gods were far stronger than ordinary supremes. Among them, the 2 strongest evil gods had mastered fire elemental laws of nature and soul laws of nature respectively. They were even stronger than some 3rd-step supremes. "Kid, you can't escape today. Kneel down quickly. Hand over all the treasures on you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die today." A ferocious evil god whose body was shrouded in blood was the first to jump out. His baleful eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng. Flames of greed burned in his eyes, as though he wanted to devour Qin Feng in a single gulp. As divine spirits, they were more sensitive than ordinary supremes. They could clearly sense that Qin Feng had benefits they couldn't refuse. This was the natural instinct to devour. An earth elemental evil god at the side snickered. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill his divine body and take his divine spirit. Everything he has will be ours. In the eyes of the evil gods, Qin Feng was already a fish on the chopping board. A bunch of weaklings, 3 fifth-class evil gods and 2 fourth-class evil gods. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Qin Feng shook his head. He activated the chaotic world in his body, which had already evolved into a god's nation, and rich natural laws of nature merged into his body. The divine monument's second technique instantly erupted. Space-time freeze. The expressions of the 5 evil gods, who were sneering as they approached, changed instantly. The next moment, horror appeared in the eyes of the 5 evil gods at almost the same time. Divine monument's third technique, chaotic reversal. A chaotic force that wasn't inferior to a top-notch heavenly stratum expert exploded. Bam! In an instant, the void shattered, including the 5 evil gods. Countless cracks in the void were like pitch-black cracks on a mirror, and the next moment, they shattered into pieces. The bodies of the 5 evil gods collapsed at the same time, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Chapter 1041. 5 divine souls flew out from the place where they had turned into chaos in a panic. Qin Feng smiled coldly. The laws of heaven and earth in his body were infused into the water origin source law. In an instant, the water origin source law transformed into a heavenly law and blasted out. Heavenly law, life absorption. A dense mystic light enveloped the 5 divine souls. Spare us, my lord. Spare us, my lord. We are willing to submit to you and serve you as our master. In their fear, a few of the 5 evil gods begged for mercy. Among them was the earth god that had mocked Qin Feng earlier. Qin Feng's expression was cold. These evil gods were all two-faced people. He was a little disgusted to take in such opportunists as his lackeys. The dense life absorption enveloped the 5 divine souls. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the 5 divine souls' were constantly being absorbed. In just an instant, they shrank by a size. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to let go, the 5 evil gods cursed loudly. Qin Feng still didn't care. Pung! At this moment, the law of life extraction on one of the divine souls suddenly exploded. It was a purple divine fire. Blazing flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth erupted from the void. In a flash, the divine soul flew into the depths of the void. This god was none other than the strongest of the 5 evil gods, the one who controlled the fire origin source law. The innate purple thunder divine fire of the innate divine fire? There's actually such a good thing. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. When one's natal world reached the level of a divine kingdom, ordinary rare treasures were no longer of much use. But innate rare treasures were different. The strength of a divine kingdom depended on the type of innate yuan qi it could produce. Innate divine fire was, in essence, a type of innate yuan qi. How can I let you escape? Qin Feng formed hand seals with both hands. The power of the second art, demon suppression, instantly erupted. The divine soul of the fleeing evil god was instantly frozen, unable to move. A cold snort flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Right at this moment, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the ancient war tree in the distance, a power full of blazing aura suddenly appeared. A terrifying giant hand formed by flames tore through the void and suddenly appeared, grabbing the fire-attributed evil god's divine soul. In the blink of an eye, it retreated back into the ancient war tree. The speed of this hand was too fast, and the timing was perfect. Even Qin Feng could not react in time. By the time he reacted, the hand had already retracted back into the ancient of war tree. How dare you steal my prey? Qin Feng's eyes were burning with a nameless flame. Crack! Crack! Qin Feng clenched his fists so tightly that it was as if the air was about to explode. At this time, the divine souls of the other four evil gods had all been absorbed by him. A huge amount of life force was swallowed by him, and in the next moment, it was transformed into a terrifying heaven-ranked law. Life drain. The massive heaven-rank laws bombarded the ancient war tree. Boom! It was as if he had struck a steel plate. However, an extremely stubborn emerald green divine light emerged from the ancient war tree and instantly shattered Qin Feng's law of life extraction. Pucci! The law of life drain rebounded, and the water-type divine core in his body was almost shattered by this rebounding force. Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother Qin, it's useless. The ancient war tree's roots are rooted in the earth, and is almost merged with the earth within a radius of 100,000 miles. It has a special protective law. Unless it's 10 times the power of the ancient war tree, it's impossible to break the protective power of the ancient war tree. At some point, Wang Daoyi slowly walked out from the void. The heaven-ranked evil god was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he had died in his hands. Protective power. Qin Feng's face was so gloomy that it was frightening. No one had ever been able to steal from him. Qin Feng. Looking at the ancient war tree in the distance, Qin Feng's face flashed with killing intent. What would happen if I were to destroy this 100,000 miles of land? Wang Daoyi was shocked. Looking at Qin Feng's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Junior brother, don't be rash. Destroying this land within 100,000 miles is a great sin. You can't commit such a big mistake because of this. Wang Daoyi hurriedly tried to persuade him. The ancient war tree was rooted in the earth within 100,000 miles. Destroying the earth veins was, of course, destroying the protective power of the ancient war tree from the source. However, even Wang Daoyi couldn't bear the price. Destroying ordinary earth veins would result in a sin. There were countless spirit mountains and blessed lands within 100,000 miles, and there were even hidden spirit veins. It was where the law of heaven and earth was located. If it was forcefully destroyed, it would be erased by the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth was supreme. Apart from the chief god, no one could go against it. Qin Feng's expression returned to normal as he looked at the nervous Wang Daoyi. Senior brother Wang, you worry too much. Qin Feng, am not so foolish. Wang Daoyi glanced at Qin Feng. His tone just now didn't seem like he was joking. Then, junior brother, what do you plan to do? The protective power of the ancient war tree is extraordinary. If we attack it forcefully, even a demon god would have to expend a lot of energy. Wang Daoyi frowned. If the withered leaf city's Wu family didn't rely on the ancient war tree, they would have been flattened by him long ago. It wasn't that he couldn't destroy the ancient war tree, but that it was rooted in the earth veins. If he attacked it forcefully, it might cause the land within 100,000 miles to collapse. The Wu family could be said to be holding the land hostage. It was also because of this that he had been restrained. Qin Feng's expression was cold. Of course, I'll force these cowards out. Does the Wu family really think that they can go against me, Qin Feng, with just one ancient war tree? It's not that easy to take advantage of me, Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng was really angry. Ancient war tree, in the center of the castle. Wu Yu looked at the purple-red divine flame in his palm that sometimes looked like lightning with joy. Innate purple thunder divine flame. This was an innate divine flame that was born from lightning. In the hands of a fire god, such a divine flame was comparable to some of the top primordial treasures. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng, whose killing intent had formed a dense black wind above his head, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. So what if this person was strong? He could only stay outside the Wu family and watch as he took away the spoils of war. In the castle, many experts looked at Wu Yu with envy. Not only did his divine soul contain an innate divine flame, but it also contained a fourth-grade deity position. Although it was only a fourth-grade deity position, it represented immortality. Such a precious thing couldn't help but be jealous. As for whether the expert outside would take revenge on them for stealing the spoils of war, no one was worried. The Wu family had been here for countless eras, with the ancient war tree protecting them. Who could do anything to them? In history, there was no lack of heavenly realm experts seeking revenge. There were even heavenly kings who came knocking, but they were all blocked by the ancient war tree. They couldn't do anything to the Wu family. Chapter 1042. Junior brother, where are you heading to? Above the sea of clouds, two figures shuttled through the clouds. Before long, the two of them arrived above a city. This was a spiritual city near Withered Leaf City. The spiritual energy in the spiritual mountain was rich. Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly and absorbed the vitality of the four evil gods, refining it into his body. The celestial demon, four restrictions in his body, had almost reached perfection. Under the nourishment of the rich divine power in his divine body, his divine soul was like a god of fire, transforming into a divine soul at an astonishing speed. At the same time, his rank 9 spatial saint core would also gradually be refined into a divine body. After devouring the four evil gods, the demonic Tao scattered their deity positions and transformed them into pure providence, which was advancing to the heaven rank. Boom! Wind and clouds surged in the sky. Qin Feng closed his eyes and controlled the chaos origin divine power in his body to transform into a water-type divine power. Like 9 heavenly rivers, they swept out and landed in the cities within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. What a powerful water-type divine law. At the very least, he's about to enter the 3rd step of the supreme realm. Wang Daoi's eyes flashed with surprise. As far as he knew, Qin Feng majored in spatial laws. Rumble. A moment later, the 9 heaven-reaching rivers flew back from all directions. There were hundreds and thousands of people brought back. Let us go. We're from the Wu family. How dare you provoke the Wu family? Hurry up and surrender. A large group of people was summoned by Qin Feng out of thin air. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also arrogant. Junior brother, what are you? Wang Daoi frowned as he looked at the thousands of Wu family members who had been summoned out of thin air. Senior brother, please protect me. I'll think of a way to force the Wu family members out. Wang Daoi's expression changed. Rumble. Suddenly, a wisp of fire clouds appeared in the sky. The next moment, an extremely terrifying giant palm pierced through the air. The blazing laws seemed to form terrifying flame patterns in the sky. Brat, how dare you capture the Wu family members? You deserve to die. Like the judgment of an ancient god, the giant hand instantly reached Qin Feng's head and viciously slammed down. How dare you launch a sneak attack in front of me? Just as the giant flaming palm was about to engulf Qin Feng, a cold harumph could be heard. It wasn't big at first. When it entered the space, it was like a storm covering the sky and covering the earth, reaching the depths of one's soul. The majesty that surpassed the realm of gods was like a sudden clap of thunder, shattering that giant hand. Following this giant hand, it went deep into the center of the ancient war tree. Pucci. On the throne of the castle, Wu Yu, the flame deity on the left, was aghast. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which instantly turned into a ball of fire and bombarded the castle, melting a huge hole in the wall. Inside the castle, an indescribable feeling of fear was spreading. Who could be so majestic as to injure a deity with just a cold snort? In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. The experts of the Wu family gloomily stared at the lazy, black-clothed youth in the clouds. It was actually so terrifying. Fortunately, the ancient war tree is here. He can't do anything to us. Someone rejoiced. However, in the next moment, everyone's expressions changed. Countless miserable cries came from the clouds. With just a glance, many of the Wu family experts in the castle were enraged. How dare he do this? Bastard, my grandson. Many of the Wu family experts' eyes were almost bleeding. Above the clouds, Qin Feng transformed his fiend, Lord Nomological Laws, into a god-fiend diagram and trapped many of the Wu family members inside. After some processing, many methods were used at the same time. Instantly, there was endless misery as the Fiend Lord. Qin Feng was proficient in all kinds of cruel and unparalleled methods. The Heavenly Tao life-killing technique contained 48,000 killing techniques and even torture methods. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a flick of his sleeve, the scene of the Wu family members being tortured in the God-Fiend diagram was transmitted to the ancient war tree for all the experts in Withered Leaf City to see. For a moment, the miserable cries seemed to be directly beside their ears. Among the tortured experts, there was no lack of Wu family sages. However, in the God-Fiend diagram, their lives were worse than death. Their eyes were dripping blood. That miserable scene caused the entire Wu family to be immersed in great sorrow. Wu family Patriarch, do you see this? You may have taken my treasure, but what you obtained was exchanged with the blood and flesh of your Wu family disciples. If you have the guts, then come out and seek revenge for me. Otherwise, I will place them in this divine devil diagram and torture them for eternity, neither alive nor dead, to repay what you owe me. Qin Feng's expression was cold. His eyes were like a demon's as he stared into the depths of the ancient war tree, as if he could see the flame god. Crack! As if his bones had been crushed by a huge force. Wu Yu's face was ashen. Little bastard, how dare you be so vicious and torture living beings weaker than you? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? If you want revenge, come at me, Wu Yu. Why do you have a deal with my other Wu family members? Qin Feng smiled sinisterly. Fine, old bastard. If you dare to fight me fair and square, I will let your Wu family members go. But do you dare to come out? You only dare to hide under the protection of the ancient war tree and flaunt your sharp tongue. Wu Yu's face was gloomy and he was speechless. He had seen how Qin Feng had killed the 5 gods. Among the 5 gods, the 2 leading gods cultivated the law of fire and the law of soul. They were not weaker than him. Even if he was stronger than the 2 gods, there was a limit to it. If he went out, he would most likely die in Qin Feng's hands. On the side, many Wu family experts looked at Wu Yu with anticipation. Among the 1,000 Wu family members being tortured in the God-Fiend diagram, there were many direct descendants of the Wu family elders present. Now that they saw their own family members being tortured like this, some of the experts were furious. What? You don't dare anymore? Old bastard, you're the one who snatched the treasure, yet you want a descendant to pay for it, while you're hiding like an old turtle. Qin Feng's face was full of mockery. Why wouldn't I dare? Wu Yu's face was red. As the ancestor of the Wu family and one of the 3 great gods, he had never been mocked like this before. In particular, the gazes of the Wu family members around him made him burn with anger. Third brother, don't be rash. Don't fall for that evil disciple's trick. On the side, the other 2 gods, Wu Lan and Wu Wei, hurriedly pulled Wu Yu back. The 2 gods could not watch Wu Yu fall into Qin Feng's trap. As expected, a bunch of old bastards. The older they get, the more afraid they are of death. They would rather their descendants be tortured outside than stand up and make decisions. People of the Wu family, what's the use of keeping such an ancestor around? Don't hate me. If you want to hate someone, hate your ancestors. They are the ones who are insensitive. A cold voice resounded in the void. The Wu family's headquarters in Withered Leaf City was dead silent. There's more to come. Chapter 1043. But are we just going to watch them humiliate our Wu family's disciples? Even if Wu Wei and Wu Lan did not stop him, Wu Yu would not run out to die. He had lived from the previous era until now, and it had not been easy for him to become a deity. Wu Yu was very afraid of death. However, he still had to act. A tear even fell from the corner of his eye. Ancestor, please don't be fooled. The blood of our Wu family's disciples will not be spilled in vain. You may hate them, but so do we. It's just that these 2 people are too powerful, and we can't fight them head on. If we go out, we'll be falling into their trap. The Wu family's head also spoke up. Seeing this, the resentment in the hearts of many Wu family's experts dissipated. That's right. This was the enemy's trick. The three Wu family deities and the Wu family's head looked at each other silently and saw the determination in each other's eyes. In short, they would not walk out of the ancient war tree. In any case, with the ancient war tree's protection, no matter how strong these two people were, they could not do anything to the Wu family. Junior brother Qin, it looks like the Wu family is prepared to give up on the 1000th disciple. Wang Daoyi sighed. This is within my expectations. How could a faction like the Wu family be so easily kidnapped by some disciples? I never expected the Wu family to fall for it. He looked at the God-fiend diagram in the void, which looked like a pitch-black abyss. As if knowing that the Wu family had given up on them, the remaining Wu family members' resentment increased tenfold. No, 100-fold. Moreover, the target of their resentment had changed from Qin Feng to the entire Wu family. Being abandoned by their family, caused the resentment in the depths of their hearts to completely erupt. Many of the Wu family members who were being tortured emitted such intense resentment that it was almost tangible. This intense resentment, hatred, and despair, in Qin Feng's eyes, was a high-quality material for refining some demons. In an instant, he struck out with his palm, and the thousands of tortured Wu family members turned into minced meat, leaving behind only a black sun filled with resentment. The intense resentment of the black sun soared to the sky. It was the final essence of the thousands of Wu family members after their bodies and souls were crushed. This was also the reason why Qin Feng was tormenting the Wu family's disciples. Qin Feng activated the Chaos Origin Divine Force and summoned the flesh and soul of the Wu family disciples into powder. Streams of God Force shot out along with his hand seals. Visible to the naked eye, it transformed into an altar made of flesh and blood on the mountain peak. Strange, pitch-black demonic runes appeared on the altar like a huge black hole that seemed to be able to devour the sky. The strangest thing was that this demonic altar seemed to be rooted in this land. Even if the ancient war tree's protective power came from the earth vein, it couldn't expel it. The Tao of sacrifice and the Tao of witchcraft. Wang Daoyi's expression changed slightly. The altar was very strange. He saw the shadows of the Tao of sacrifice, the Tao of witchcraft, the Tao of evil, the Tao of blood river, and even the shadow of an unfamiliar law. Although he didn't know what kind of altar this was, Wang Daoyi was able to infer a thing or two about the altar's ability from the mysterious fluctuations it was emitting. Junior brother, are you preparing to cast a curse? As for the curse arts, Wang Daoyi was no stranger to it. The curse arts originated from the era of sacrifice and rose in the era of witchcraft. Some experts of the evil path had also come into contact with the curse arts. Wang Daoyi was the king of evil gods in one of his lifetimes. Naturally, he was no stranger to the curse arts. It seems that senior brother Wang has some attainments in the curse arts. However, can senior brother Wang see through the mysteries of my curse altar? Qin Feng raised his eyes slightly. Wang Daoyi pondered for a moment and said, most of the curse arts use the karma law to exert influence. The power of the curse arts depends on one's cultivation or the medium. According to my understanding, the curse arts can be roughly divided into a few types. The first type is hair, skin, or using qi as a medium to cast the curse arts. This type of curse art is quite common and can be seen frequently among the people. The rarer type is the bloodline curse. This type of curse art uses the bloodline as a medium and karma as a springboard to directly cast the curse. Its power is very tyrannical. The second type is the soul curse art. This type of curse art directly captures fate and interferes with the soul through karma. This type of curse art is the rarest and most terrifying. After saying that, Wang Daoyi looked at the blood-red blood altar in front of him. Junior brother's altar is extraordinary. It seems to have combined these three curse arts and grasped the essence of the primordial curse arts. It has combined the shaman Tao, the Tao of sacrifice, the blood river law, and the evil path laws. It looks extremely terrifying. I can roughly guess Junior Brother's intentions. He wants to use the bloodline connection of the Wu family disciples and their hatred for the Wu family to pry open karma and affect the Wu family's upper bloodline. However, in my opinion, this curse art might be able to kill some low-level disciples, but it definitely won't be able to do anything to great saints and above. At most, it will only be able to give them some trouble. Wang Daoyi shook his head. Unfortunately, Junior Brother's altar is really ingenious, and his comprehension in the Tao of curses isn't low. If Junior Brother is able to obtain the curse codex of the primeval curse clan, then perhaps you'll be able to injure or even curse the 3 gods of the Wu clan. The curse codex was a Khanate wonder book. It was both a Khanate cardinal treasure and a profound cultivation art. This book had only appeared briefly in the primordial era before disappearing without a trace. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Senior Brother is partially right. My altar can indeed curse the Wu family disciples through their souls, bloodline, and even karma. However, my goal is not to curse the Wu family members. Oh, Wang Daoyi raised an eyebrow. In fact, Qin Feng's altar was not something he had just created. He had used it in the future. This altar was called the Great Mental Demon Curse Altar. Ordinary curses directly connected with the power of heaven and earth and used the karma law as a bridge to directly curse and kill. They could draw upon the power of the unseen to pollute one's fate, or directly exert karma to affect one's soul, or even target one's true spirit. Qin Feng's Great Mental Demon Curse Altar was different. It used karma to continuously send countless mental demons through the bloodline connection. Not only would they not die when they were haunted by mental demons, but they would also suddenly have an epiphany. My cultivation will increase greatly. The Wu family had the ancient war tree and could look down on everyone in the world. However, they did not know that the strongest fortress was broken from the inside. After sending in so many inner demons, the Wu clan would probably fall apart in just a few days. They would fall into chaos even without being attacked. Once the ancient war tree's protective power lost its effect, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a ferocious grin. Wait, there's more. I've seen a lot of comments from Qidian's readers. There are almost 10,000 fans over there. It's just that because it's not the first release, although the author has some authority over Qidian, he can't manage the comment section for the time being. Recently, Qidian has given me a lot of tips. Thank you for your support. I believe Qidian will start to have recommendations soon. The author will work hard to update. Chapter 1044. The protection of the ancient war tree was indeed very strong. If it was a normal area, Qin Feng could spread countless demons with a single thought. However, with the protection of the ancient war tree, the huge protective domain was like a natural divine domain that blocked the spread of the inner demons. If not for that, Qin Feng would not have spent so much effort to capture the Wu family disciples. Withered Leaf City, Wu family fortress. The ancient war tree was dense, and only a few spots of light shone down from the sun. However, Withered Leaf City did not feel like it was living in darkness. Because of this, countless green fields emitted emerald fluorescence, causing this place to be green all year round. There were also huge flower discs with golden fruits that were like small suns. The green fields gave off a clear and natural aura. The power of the laws of nature was displayed to the greatest extent on this ancient tree. As a spirit root, it was a natural propagator of the laws of nature, especially since it could support such a huge protective domain. The ancient war tree could be considered a wood divine spirit under the laws of nature. Moreover, it was of a very high grade, at least grade 4. With the protection of the laws of nature, it was easier for spirit roots to survive the end of an era than ordinary martial experts. The ancient war tree survived the end of an era far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was also the source of the Wu family's confidence. However, for some reason, looking at the altar on a mountain peak, the three gods of the Wu family felt a great sense of panic. Sudden inspiration. Curse. As the inheritors of the martial epoch, the three gods of the Wu family recognized the type of altar at first glance. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. The Wu family knew the power of curses and other secret techniques better than most people. However, because they knew, the three gods of the Wu family were relieved. Curses might work on ordinary Wu family members, but for sorcerer gods like them, it was purely asking for trouble. However, this altar still makes me feel uneasy. It's best to ask the Sorcerer King Mirror to remove the curse. Wu Wei said. As the king of the earth and an earth sorcerer god, he could feel a rather vicious power taking root in the giant spiritual mountain opposite him. Even the spirit root of the ancient war tree, which was deeply rooted in the earth, was affected to a certain extent. That extremely evil aura seemed to have corroded the surrounding spiritual energy, turning it into an incomparably gloomy, evil aura. The Witch King Mirror is an important treasure of the witchcraft epic. It gathers most of the remaining luck of the witchcraft epic, and it's also the nemesis of various curses. Although I don't know why that person is also proficient in curses. With the Witch King Mirror suppressing him, he probably won't be able to cause any trouble. Wu Lan moved slightly and scanned the surroundings with his divine eyes. He could see a vague karmic connection penetrating the ancient war tree's powerful spirit domain barrier. He connected with many Wu family disciples in Withered Leaf City. Faintly, he could see that the terrifying altar on the mountain peak had produced countless tiny black threads. These were the threads of karma. Through bloodline, soul curse, Wu Lan sighed. He now completely understood why Qin Feng had captured those outer disciples of the Wu family. This move was truly insidious. This kid is vicious and ruthless, cold and emotionless, and possesses a myriad of methods. He's even more difficult to deal with than those evil gods. Wu Lan felt a headache coming on. Soon, under the leadership of the Wu family patriarch, many Wu family elders appeared, carrying a strange bronze mirror with countless black and gray patterns on it. This mirror was so large that it required 4 World King Realm Elders to lift it together in order to move it. As the 4 World King Realm Elders lifted this ancient mirror, their foreheads were dripping with sweat. 3 old ancestors, the Witch King Mirror has been brought out. The Wu family patriarch respectfully lowered his head, not daring to look at the 3 Wu family gods sitting on their thrones. Wu Lan nodded. His dark green divine eyes swept over the entire audience. The power of a divine god rippled outwards. Blue divine power seemed to boil as a vast divine wheel appeared around him. Within the castle, all the Wu family powerhouses felt the supreme majesty of a divine god. Their legs went soft, and they couldn't help but fall to their knees. Within the entire castle, only the 3 Wu family gods remained standing. The endless divine majesty seemed to surpass the limits of the world. In the center, with Wu Lan as the leader, streams of godly power were transformed into countless mysterious godly seals and landed on the Shaman King Mirror. Vaguely, a magnificent and primeval aura from the immemorial era erupted from the Shaman King Mirror and transformed into a hazy golden light. Epic supreme treasure, illuminate the universe, cut off karma. The faint golden light followed Wu Lan's witchcraft, turning into countless tadpole-sized golden witchcraft runes. They buzzed like honey as they fell into the void. Visible to the naked eye, as these bee-like golden witchcraft runes cut through the air, many of the curse lines broke apart. It was as if the white snow of spring had completely melted. The 3 gods of the Wu clan smiled when they saw this. That brat dares to show off his curse techniques in front of us, but he doesn't know that he's just displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. In terms of curse techniques, we are the true old ancestors. He overestimates himself. Wu Yu and Wu Wei looked at each other and sneered. The only pity is that this Witch King Mirror is a supreme treasure born from Providence at the turn of the epic. Activating it consumes too much divine power. If not for the ancient war tree's support, even eldest brother wouldn't be able to activate this supreme treasure. Wu felt that it was a pity. If we could activate this Witch King mirror, we wouldn't need to hide in this tiny place. Wu Wei nodded, a hint of longing in his eyes. Rumor had it that the Witch King mirror was a supreme treasure of the witchcraft epic, coincidentally refined during the Witch Ancestor epic. There were a total of 12 pieces, and the 12 pieces combined to form the Witch Ancestor mirror. The Witch Ancestor mirror's power was limitless, and it had even killed a chief god-level supreme existence. What is this? It can actually shackle my mental demon, curse spirit? Qin Feng saw countless broken curse lines. The golden light swept across, and more than half of the curse lines were broken. Many mental demons were killed by the golden light. Crack! A soft sound rang in his ears, and cracks appeared in some parts of the mental demon curse spirit altar as if it had been severely damaged by the golden light. Qin Feng had never seen such a strange thing. It could actually cut off karma and even backfire from a distance. For a moment, his face was unusually gloomy. However, no matter how he activated the altar, the golden light only grew brighter and brighter. Countless mental demons were killed continuously. Even from such a distance, he could feel a glaring light. This was a threat to his main body. It really is the Witch Ancestor mirror. Wang Daoyi muttered to himself. Instead of being shocked, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 1045. The Witch King Mirror, the inheritance of the Wood Ancestor Sorcerer, is indeed in the hands of the Wu family. Back then, the Witch Ancestor Sorcerer was defeated by the Great Emperor of the East Wilderness, and the Witch Ancestor Sorcerer Mirror was split into 12 pieces and scattered across the universe. I've been searching for it all these eras, and 5 of them have already fallen into my hands. Including this one, I have 6 pieces. 6 pieces may be a little small, but it's enough to refine the Netherworld Reincarnation Mirror with the origin divine materials I've collected over the years. With this mirror, the most important step of establishing the Netherworld law is completed. The Lord God's path is within reach. Joy flashed across Wang Daoyi's eyes. Even Qin Feng, who was right in front of him, did not notice this joy. Wang Daoyi said, "Junior brother, leave this Witch Ancestor Sorcerer mirror to me. Just do whatever you want." With a move of his hand, a huge black bronze mirror appeared. This bronze mirror was vaguely similar to the Witch King mirror of the Wu family, but there were also many differences. The patterns on the bronze mirror were more complicated, as if the laws were manifested and condensed. It could vaguely distort time and space, and trace back to the origin. Qin Feng's face revealed a trace of surprise. The aura that this treasure faintly exuded had a trace of the primitive Dragon Gate's aura. An ultimate treasure of origin. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. An ultimate treasure of origin was a treasure that was above the Archean grade and the innate grade. It was rumored that this treasure was born from the chaos origin, or at the beginning of the universe, when the great Tao laws collided. An ultimate treasure of origin was extremely rare. The only ultimate treasure of origin that Qin Feng had heard of was the primitive Dragon Gate. It should be an incomplete ultimate treasure of origin. A trace of envy flashed across his heart. Even if it was an incomplete ultimate treasure of origin, it was still something that the Lord Gods coveted. And it's a witchcraft ultimate treasure of origin. The faint primitive aura in the Witch Ancestor Sorcerer mirror was very pure and deep. It was the aura of a sorcerer. Wang Daoyi poured his godly power into the ancestor of Voodoo mirror, and the mirror instantly emitted a white light. As the light circulated, the ancient war tree's golden light was completely suppressed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feng's expression changed. His chaos origin divine force transformed into countless devil runes and shot out through his hand seals. At a speed visible to the naked eye, countless blood-red devil runes appeared above the giant spirit mountain. The demonic runes transformed into a demonic banner. Heart Demon Banner. 108 Tao Heart Demon Banners and the Heart Demon Curse Spirit Altar formed a huge formation. This was a 7th grade array formation, and it only had one function: buff, 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 buff. As the 108 Heart Demon Banners were erected, countless heart demons poured into Withered Leaf City through the altar like a torrent. Inside the ancient war tree, Withered Leaf City. Withered Leaf City was situated in a jade-like canopy. Wooden houses were built around the canopy. The tree trunk was surrounded by layers of stairs that led upwards. Withered Leaf City didn't look like an ordinary city. Instead, it was shaped like a pagoda. There were hundreds of stairs around the stairway above the giant tree. It was a spectacular sight. There were more than 100,000 living beings in Withered Leaf City, and most of them were blood relatives of the Wu family. On the branches of the giant tree, there were guards that looked like ants walking past from time to time. These people had a tyrannical aura, and they had the unique aura of an elite who had been through hundreds of battles. However, there were quite a few of them, and their eyes shone with a faint red light. Kill! Suddenly, a ferocious look appeared on the face of one of them as he indifferently locked onto a tall, middle-aged expert with a valiant face. Then, he instantly attacked with his saber. Wu Yining, you stole my childhood sweetheart 20 years ago. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Wu Yiyun, I've been suspecting you. You and Yin have been meeting secretly all these years. Do you think I don't know? Today, I'll kill you, you adulterers. The middle-aged man's eyes were also red as he slashed out with his saber. Not only that, but the entire Withered Leaf City was like a huge barrel of gunpowder. Countless sparks appeared. Chief Steward Wu, you've been embezzling my spirit pills and cultivation techniques. I won't forgive you today. Old B. Astor starred. How dare you peek at my wife? I'll make sure you die today. How dare you look down on me? I'll make you pay the price today. The entire Withered Leaf City was filled with a tyrannical and steaming rage. The power of the inner demon was the most mysterious. It could nourish everything silently. Even the slightest bit of resentment could be guided by the inner demon and turned into a monstrous rage. This anger was ignited in an instant. The Wu family members had no time to react. Only a small number of strong-willed people were not confused by the rage. Most of them had turned into angry Azura. He raised his saber and slashed at his old neighbors. Under the influence of Qin Feng's inner demon, the entire Withered Leaf City had become a city of thugs. As the true fire was unleashed, the entire Withered Leaf City seemed to be weeping blood. What's going on? In the Wu family's fortress, the Wu family's 3 gods and the Wu family's disciples looked at the chaotic Withered Leaf City with pale faces. They could not believe their eyes. In just an instant, Withered Leaf City was in chaos. On the throne, Wu Lan's chest rose and fell rapidly, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What are you waiting for? Come and help me. A huge pressure appeared in his heart. The white light in the void appeared and sucked the Witch King mirror in. Not only was its power greatly reduced, but it also seemed like it would be sucked away at any time. Wu Lan panicked and suppressed the Witch King mirror with all his might. At this time, the divine power in his body surged toward the Witch King mirror. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? This Witch King mirror has been suppressing the primordial spirit of the ancient war tree. If this treasure is lost, and the primordial spirit of the ancient war tree awakens, the entire Wu family will be finished. Wu Lan roared. But many experts revealed hesitant and anxious expressions. At this time, the entire Withered Leaf City had become a battlefield. Their families were all in Withered Leaf City. If it were not for them suppressing the primordial spirit, they would probably. Wu scolded sternly. What buts? The Wu family is about to die, and you're still thinking about love? Is the Wu family more important, or your family more important? He scolded sternly. The temperature of the entire Wu family castle plummeted. The Wu family experts were furious. If this ancestor had not provoked the 2 fiends outside for no reason, they would not have come to find them. On the side, seeing the expressions of the Wu family members, Wu Wei sighed inwardly and comforted them. All right, we understand your feelings, but if we lose the Witch King mirror, the entire Wu family will be finished. As long as this treasure is here, you may feel heartache for a while, but you may still be able to reproduce in the future. Hearing this, the Wu family experts reluctantly looked better. Under Wu Wei and Wu Yu's instructions, they mobilized their true power to help Wu Lan stabilize the Witch King mirror. On the giant spirit mountain, it's almost done. Qin Feng's hair was disheveled as he chanted a curse and incited his heart demon. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. As the Wu family fell into chaos, its foundation was shaken. The region heart accelerated the absorption of the earth energy within a radius of 100,000 miles. The destiny was about to be completed. The Saint Emperor's position was right in front of him. Chapter 1046. The position of the Sage Emperor was the highest existence in the divine realm. Once Qin Feng was supported by the position of the Sage Emperor, his strength would be comparable to that of a lesser true god. Qin Feng frowned as he looked at the smoke rising from Withered Leaf City. The power of the ancient war tree was too great. Even if the Wu family had internal strife, it would not be able to create a flaw in the ancient war tree's spirit domain. It could only create internal strife and cause trouble for the Wu family. The spirit domain created by the ancient war tree was their biggest obstacle. Otherwise, they could directly kill their way into the Wu family and suppress them. Junior brother, can you control the Wu family disciples that you demonized? Wang Daoi looked at Qin Feng. Of course. Qin Feng nodded. Senior brother, do you have any good ideas? It's not a good idea. The ancient war tree is rooted in the earth veins. After so many epochs, the roots of this ancient tree have already merged with the surrounding 100,000 miles. Hurting this spirit tree is hurting the earth veins of this 100,000 miles of land. If it were any other time, I would not be able to do anything. However, it's different with Junior brother. The strongest fortress is broken from the inside. Wang Daoi's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. I have some understanding of the ancient war tree. This kind of ancient tree is not a particularly high-grade spirit root. However, its protective power far surpasses that of many ancient trees. Once it matures and forms a spirit domain, it will be difficult to break through, especially since it is connected to the earth veins. Even if we kill it, the earth veins will be destroyed. The gains will not make up for the losses. However, it is not impossible to break through. Just like its name, the ancient war tree's nature is different from the ordinary wood ancestors. It is filled with arrogance and extreme aggressiveness. If this ancient war tree hadn't developed its own intelligence, perhaps we really wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. However, as far as I know, this ancient war tree had developed its own intelligence long before the Antiquity Age. However, its intelligence was suppressed by a treasure. Wang Daoi looked at the Witch King mirror that was emitting a weak golden light and was trying its best to resist the divine mirror in his hand. You mean to release the original spirit of this ancient war tree? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. The ancient war tree is famous for being arrogant and untamed. If it wasn't for its primordial spirit being suppressed, it would have been able to become a true god long ago and be free and unfettered. If you and I release its primordial spirit, Wang Daoi smiled darkly. This was the ultimate plan. In this way, the ancient war tree that had been suppressed for countless eras would probably slaughter the entire Wu clan to vent its hatred. What a vicious fellow! In the chaotic world, the Sure sisters exchanged a glance. These two fellows were indeed rotten to the core. Is that the ancestral sorcerer mirror? Qin Feng looked at the ancient war tree, which was emitting a strong and powerful fluctuation of laws. Not bad. A strange look flashed across Wang Daoi's eyes. Qin Feng nodded. That's easy. Just leave it to me. However, I'll have to trouble you to attract the attention of the three deities of the Wu family for me. Don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to do anything in a short period of time. Wang Daoi chuckled. The substantial power of the Netherworld's reincarnation law formed millions of Netherworld ancient caves from the ancient mirror in his hand, suppressing the faint golden light. It was pulling and even devouring it. The three deities of the Wu family were so shocked that they had to use all their strength to activate the Sorcerer King mirror to resist. Mental Demon Escape Technique. When Qin Feng saw this scene, he formed hand seals with both hands. Under Wang Daoi's astonished gaze, streams of extremely mysterious demonic qi surrounded his body, circle after circle. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his body had silently turned illusory, like a formless wisp of green smoke. However, there was also a faint supreme demonic aura emanating from it. What kind of true form is this? Why does it feel like a Khanate constitution or a deity constitution? Wang Daoi's expression changed slightly when he scanned it with his divine consciousness. This is a brand new supreme Daoist constitution that belongs to another law. Wang Daoi's heart changed, and a hint of envy flashed across his eyes. Qin Feng's understanding of the primogenitor's law had already surpassed his. The Netherworld law also had dozens of deity constitution or Khanate constitution corresponding to it. However, he had not comprehended any of them, and had only touched the threshold. This was the body of an extraterrestrial demon king, one of the many supreme true forms of a demonic Tao. This was also a supreme demonic body that Qin Feng had cultivated in his previous life. Qin Feng was already familiar with all the key points. When he used it now, he was familiar with it. A supreme heavenly demon-level power emanated. He activated the mental demon escape technique and directly broke through the ancient war tree's protection, appearing directly in Withered Leaf City, in the body of a crazy youth with a burning mental demon. At this moment, the youth was holding a long saber and crazily slaughtering the Wu family members around him. He looked like he was in a killing frenzy. Without a sound, the supreme mental demon that Qin Feng had transformed into flew out of his body, gradually turning from illusory to corporeal as he regained his true form. Qin Feng's face was a little pale. His vitality was greatly depleted, although the body of an extraterrestrial demon king was powerful, and he could also use it. Maintaining such a supreme avatar was a huge burden. In just a short moment, he had lost nearly 80% of the chaos origin divine power in his body. My strength is still too weak. However, if I had broken through to the supremacy realm, with the support of the Sage Emperor, maintaining this supreme avatar would not be so tiring. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Kill! A wave of Wu family experts appeared from the corner of the street and crazily charged toward Qin Feng. There was no lack of young experts at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. Dying. Qin Feng's gaze focused. In the next moment, the void at the corner of the street shattered. A large group of people shattered like glass, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. They overestimated themselves. Qin Feng sneered. Qin Feng continuously absorbed origin power from the chaotic world as he looked around. I don't know where the origin soul of the ancient war tree is sealed. There's not much time left. Qin Feng could faintly feel a huge repulsive force sweeping over from the void. He seemed to see an extremely huge ancient tree staring at him. The rich natural laws were pressing down on him, suppressing him. It was as if he was an alien. The enormous power far exceeded that of an ordinary heaven realm expert. It was just that no one was controlling this power at the moment. Otherwise, it would be extremely terrifying. Not good. Someone has snuck in. In the Wu family castle, Wu Lan's face flashed with a trace of dark green coldness. The other two deities' expressions also changed. The three of them were suppressing the guardian domain of the ancient war tree. They were the true masters of this guardian domain. The slightest change inside could not be hidden from the three deities. I'll go kill him. Wu Yu's face was cold. All right, Wu Yu, go quickly and return quickly. Wu Lan nodded. He did not doubt Wu Yu's strength. Moreover, within the guardian domain of the ancient war tree, Wu Yu's strength would increase tenfold, or even 100-fold. Even a Heaven Realm expert would die when facing Wu Yu. Chapter 1047. Rumble. The Chaos Origin Divine Force revolved, followed by the 5 elements Annihilation Thunder. A large number of red-eyed Wu family disciples were turned into dust under the divine lightning. They were all ordinary disciples. Most of them were only rank 4 magi. A small number had reached rank 5. Only a small number had reached rank 6 or 7. To Qin Feng, as long as one was below the 14th level supremacy realm, they were all ants. After a few lightning bolts killed a portion of the Wu family disciples, Qin Feng muttered to himself. His gaze swept the surroundings. On the entire ancient war tree, there were not many places suitable for sealing the ancient war tree's origin spirit. Circulating the cosmos elephant art, the chaos origin divine force changed, and countless 8 trigrams and yin-yang were born in the void, guided by a wisp of fate energy. He saw a huge flower bud, and in the flower bud, a small person emitting a jade-like aura was sealed in a fruit tree by an amber-like seal. Cunning, Qin Feng sneered. Logically speaking, the most suitable place to seal the origin spirit should be the heart of the tree or the roots. This Wu family person was actually so daring to seal the ancient war tree's origin spirit in a flower bud. It's on top of the tree, somewhere in the flower bud. With a flash, Qin Feng shuttled through the leaves like a black light. Looking up, the ancient war tree was full of vitality and had produced countless flower buds. Many of the flower buds had borne fruits that were like golden suns. These were the metal origin fruits. Qin Feng's gaze searched and instantly locked onto a flower bud on top of the Wu family's castle. It's there! Qin Feng was about to make a move, but at this moment, a blazing purple flame swept over like a tide. The terrifying temperature burned the heavens and myriad worlds. Qin Feng was about to break through the void, but he unexpectedly found that the surrounding void had been completely frozen and locked by the ancient war tree's power. Obviously, the ancient war tree's protection had been activated. Third art, chaotic reversal. A mysterious light shot out from Qin Feng's palms. Boom! A shocking explosion came from the dense leaves, and countless leaves and branches fell from above like raindrops. Beep! Beep! It was as if the dry firewood had encountered a raging flame, silently being incinerated by the flames. A ball of flame took the shape of a human and silently appeared on the spot. His fiery red robe exuded boundless divine might. Fire God Wu Yu. At the same place, the flames that filled the sky were torn apart. A slender figure raised his head. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. So it's you. At this moment, Wu Yu's power was abnormally enormous, far surpassing the 14th level back then. Even in the 15th level of the Divine Spirit Realm, he was still quite powerful. Compared to the time when he fought with Qin Feng, he was dozens of times, or even 100 times stronger. The power to protect Spirit Realm. Qin Feng looked at the surrounding Spirit Realm. Standing in the middle of Spirit Realm, Wu Yu was like the ruler of Spirit Realm. Little bastard, you actually dared to run to the center of the ancient war tree's spirit domain. Today, I will not forgive you. Wu Yu's expression was high and mighty. You think you can kill me just because you've reached rank 15? You're too naive. Qin Feng shook his head, not caring at all. You're courting death. Divine spirit law, burning clouds. Wu Yu's face turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a ball of blazing flames rushed toward Qin Feng like a torrent. Heavenly Steel's second law, demon suppression. A power that could freeze time and space burst out from Qin Feng's hand seal. Time and space freeze. However, in the next moment, the enormous flame power burned through time and space, completely surrounding Qin Feng's body. Die! Wu Yu's eyes were as red as the sun as he absorbed the ancient war tree's origin spirit domain. His power rose sharply, surpassing early rank 15, peak early rank 15, and instantly reaching mid-rank 15. Boom! Qin Feng's body turned into a ball of fire, enveloped by terrifying flames. "Little bastard, you're dead meat," Wu Yu sneered. He was a fourth-grade high-level divine spirit, but he was only at the peak of rank 14. However, with the support of the ancient war tree's origin spirit domain, he was comparable to a mid-rank 15 expert. Under this attack, even a rank 15 Sky Realm expert would be smashed to pieces. Boom! The flames in the sky were gradually extinguished. Visible to the naked eye, a shapeless ball of light appeared in the center of the flames. Within the ball of light, a figure exuding a mysterious aura appeared, unharmed. Ew! The smile on Wu Yu's face stiffened. He could not believe his eyes. Not only was Qin Feng not dead, but he was also unharmed. At this moment, the power exuding from Qin Feng's body had broken through rank 15 and reached mid-rank 15. That power was even stronger than Wu Yu's, with the ancient war tree support. What made Wu Yu feel the most incredulous was the extremely dense pressure exuded by Qin Feng, which only a high-level divine spirit could exude. The Saint Emperor's position. When the rebellion in Withered Leaf City occurred, Qin Feng had already begun to ascend to the Saint Emperor's position. Withered Leaf City was mostly made up of the Wu family's elites. This place was where the fate of the northern spirit regions, 100,000 miles east, was concentrated. The deaths of these people meant that the Wu family's fate energy had spread out. Most of this ownerless fate energy had been swallowed by Qin Feng's region heart and condensed into a Saint Emperor's position. Ant. Qin Feng glanced at Wu Yu, and a ball of light blue light appeared in his hand. The next moment, he threw it out and locked onto Wu Yu. Heaven rank law, life absorption. Wu Yu's hair stood on end. He roared and wanted to escape, but with a bang, his rapidly escaping figure hit the void as if he had hit a steel plate. The void was locked. With the Saint Emperor's position, almost the entire northern spirit region was Qin Feng's spirit region. Locking space was easy, even in the ancient war tree spirit region. In the next second, a ball of light blue light hit Wu Yu, who was flying back. Under Wu Yu's fearful gaze, his divine body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a middle-aged man to an old man, he quickly became 60 years old. Soon, his skin and hair lost their luster, and wrinkles grew like ravines. In the blink of an eye, only a withered skin was left. No. In his terror, Wu Yu tried his best to raise a hand. He mumbled something and looked at Qin Feng with despair in his eyes. In the next moment, without a sound, his divine body collapsed and turned into a ball of ashes. On the spot where he stood, a ball of purple-red, lightning-like divine flame appeared. Innate purple thunder divine flame. After swallowing Wu Yu's tens of thousands of years of life force, Qin Feng closed his eyes. The mercury-like divine blood suddenly wrapped around the saint's soul, refining the last trace of the saint's soul that belonged to the mortal body, turning it into a ball of divine flame. Kacha! As if the checkpoint in his body had been broken, he had advanced from level 13 to level 14 in an instant. Everything happened naturally, and when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. There were no obstacles. Level 14 power. This was the power that truly belonged to Qin Feng. Even without the support of the Saint Emperor's position and the divine laws of heaven and earth, he was still a true sovereign. What a good person. Opening his eyes, Qin Feng casually gave the Wu family's flame divine spirit a good person card. His gaze locked onto the golden, sun-like flower bud above the Wu family's fortress. He pointed out with a finger. Boom! The flower bud exploded, and the amber-like light yellow crystal in the center was like a spider web. In the next moment, with a kacha sound, it turned into countless fragments. Chapter 1048. A faint divine aura of nature emanated from the exploded flower bud. Like a black beam of light, Qin Feng grabbed the purplish-red divine flame and swallowed it into his stomach. With a flash, he landed on a tree branch thousands of feet away. I'm finally free. A deep and chilling voice came from the central divine light. and Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Withered Leaf City, Wu family's fortress. Oh no, Wu Kuang has fallen. The ancient tree's origin spirit has escaped. Wu Lan's expression changed drastically. What? The Wu family experts at the side exclaimed in shock. Panic was brewing in the Wu family. Patriarchs, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat. The Wu family head's eyes flickered with a hint of decisiveness. Yes, retreat and defend the Wu family grotto heaven. While the ancient tree's origin spirit hasn't fully reacted, we must preserve the Wu family's vitality as much as possible. Sensing the origin spirit's aura gradually recovering in the void, the elders were alarmed. They looked anxiously at Wu Lan and Wu Wei, the two Wu family patriarchs. All right, Wu Lan glanced at withered Leaf City. They had no choice but to give up all the spiritual mountains and blessed lands within a radius of 50,000 miles. Although they were reluctant, they had no choice but to cut off their tails to survive. Boom! Seeing him nod, Wu Wei shot out an earth-yellow divine light, and a huge door appeared in the void. Inside the door was vast and lush. The inner door was vast and boundless. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The Wood Shaman spiritual world. This was the divine nation established by the Wood Shaman during the primordial shaman era. Moreover, it was not an ordinary divine nation. This was the Wu family's escape route. We're going to run. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Leaving the Wu family alive would be a problem in the future. However, he did not make a move. Someone had already done it for him. Don't even think about leaving. Divine law, divine with absolute seal. It was as if thunder was rumbling in the sky, and a dense ball of invisible emerald light suddenly separated the Wu family from the Wood Shaman spiritual world. Wu Wei's expression changed, and the earth-yellow divine light on his body transformed into thousands of divine mountains. Divine law, thousand rock strike. The massive force bombarded the emerald light and was like a pine tree. Boom! In the next second, a large patch of emerald mystic light suddenly exploded. Wu Wei was also a fourth-class celestial at the pinnacle of Tier 14. When he unleashed his full strength, his might was nothing to scoff at. Boom! Suddenly, a spirit domain exploded in the void. At the top of the mountain in the distance, beams of white divine light shot over and locked onto the Sorcerer King mirror in front of Wu Lan. Wu Lan and most of the Wu family members were shocked. Boundless white divine light swept out, and the Shaman King mirror instantly broke free from Wu Lan's control and flew away. No, my Witch King mirror. Wu Lan's eyes were bloodshot. With a loud roar, he charged towards a mountain peak. Boom! In the next moment, a pitch-black divine light swept out like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. It was as if an ancient cave had opened up, instantly swallowing Wu Lan and sucking her in. Heaven rank, netherworld samsara. A cold voice rang out. Under the horrified gazes of the Wu family members, the strongest of the Wu family's three gods, the level 15 nature god Wu Lan, was silently devoured. So strong. On the tree branch, Qin Feng was shocked. Wang Daoi's strength was simply beyond imagination. The level 15 nature god Wu Lan was already a quasi-god, just half a step away from becoming a true god. Yet she was actually devoured in an instant. Beside him, Wu Wei regained his senses and let out a furious roar. Let's go. He led the remaining Wu family experts and flew towards the Wood Shaman spiritual world. The ancient tree origin spirit was also stunned by Wang Daoi's attack. For a moment, its emerald eyes stared at Wang Daoi warily, unable to react. I can't let you get away. Qin Feng, however, had been watching and secretly locked onto the Wood Shaman spiritual world. Wang Daoi had taken away the Shaman King realm, but he couldn't lose everything. Heaven rank laws of nature, space maze. After advancing to Tier 14, his spatial laws of nature had transformed into God laws. With the support of God laws, a new heaven rank law of nature was finally born in his body. With a point of his finger an invisible force seemed to rush down from the source of time and space. It silently poured into the portal formed by the Wood Shaman spiritual world's power. Wu Wei and the Wu family members were caught off guard and ran into this force. At once, it was as if they had entered an endless space maze. The Wood Shaman spiritual world was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't find it. Trying to run? The ancient tree origin spirit also reacted. The small figure rapidly expanded and turned into an old man with long hair and a ferocious face. Heaven rank laws of nature. Light of Wood spirit. A mass of emerald divine light locked onto the Wu family members like a long river and swept down. No! Many Wu family members were filled with fear, but when the divine light swept past, their bodies changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. They became longer and thicker, and tree bark grew on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they turned into demon trees. Heaven-rank laws of nature, earth, vein, tremor. Bang! With a loud bang, the earthy yellow divine light circulated. Qin Feng focused his eyes and saw that it was the last tier 14 earth-type deity of the Wu family. He had shattered the heaven-rank laws of nature. Light of Wood spirit. Although the ancient tree origin spirit had cultivated for countless eras, it had been sealed for most of the eras and had been in a deep slumber. Although it could activate the ancient tree origin spirit now, it couldn't do anything to Wu Wei. Seeing that he was about to run out of the core area of the ancient tree of war, Wu Wei's eyes flashed with joy. Even the destruction of the Wu family didn't extinguish his desire for life. As a deity, even if he was a tier 14 deity, his lifespan was endless. As long as he could survive the calamity of an era, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live a second life. Life absorption. However, a cold voice sounded in his ears. A mass of light blue mystic light came toward him and instantly enveloped him. No! Wu Wei's eyes were filled with extreme fear. The light yellow divine laws around him tried to shatter this terrifying mass of light blue laws of nature, but it was to no avail. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his flesh shrank, wrinkles grew on his face, and his black hair turned white. Bang! With a loud bang, he turned into ashes almost simultaneously along with his divine soul. Faint, invisible flowing light flickered, and Qin Feng appeared in front of him. After devouring the life force of another deity, Qin Feng's eyes glowed with the brilliance of life. His lifespan had almost increased to the limit of an era. Qin Feng looked inside himself. The 33 facets of the water-type origin divine core in his body were emitting an extremely mysterious brilliance of laws of nature, and an aura of perfection was filling it. After absorbing the essence, energy, and spirit of several deities, and even their luck, the water-type origin divine core and the demon lord divine core's laws have all reached the peak of tier 14. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the ancient tree origin spirit, who was a dozen steps away from him with a vigilant expression. Submit to me and become a god follower under me, or die. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of a holy emperor, a high-level deity above level 15, pressed down on the ancient tree primordial spirit. A drop of cold sweat formed from divine power dripped down the ancient tree primordial spirit's forehead. There's more to come. Chapter 1049. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Old Ancestor was born in the ancient era and has cultivated for countless years. A life and death struggle is not good for anyone. The ancient tree origin spirit resisted the pressure and looked at Qin Feng on the branch. The ancient tree origin spirit's face carried a trace of threat. There's a lot of confidence on his face. Rooted in this 100,000 miles of land, the ancient war tree had already merged with this 100,000 miles of land veins. If he killed him, the 100,000 miles of land veins would be turned upside down. At that time, the land would sink. Although he would die, Qin Feng would also suffer the wrath of heaven. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng smiled coldly not caring at all. You're courting death. No one can save you. With a thought, an invisible divine light swept out from his body. It wrapped around the ancient tree origin spirit, who could not react in time. This is the ancient tree origin spirit's face flashed. He was about to launch the ancient war tree's ability to empty the land veins, shatter the 100,000 miles of land veins, and perish together with Qin Feng. However, with this move, he was shocked to discover that he actually did not know when he had completely lost contact with the guardian spirit domain. The spirit domain is suppressed. In an instant, the ancient tree origin spirit understood the reason, but his heart was even more shocked. Spirit domain suppression. Only a high-level spirit domain could suppress a low-level spirit domain. His spirit domain covered 100,000 miles. It was reasonable to say that his status was equal to a god of the land. You are seeming to think of something. The ancient tree origin spirit's expression was shocked. My subject, too late. I've already given you a chance. Qin Feng threw out a ball of light blue divine light, hitting the immobile ancient tree origin spirit. Heaven rank law, life extraction. A huge life force entered Qin Feng's body through the light blue profound light. Qin Feng had an illusion of eating too much. The power of the ancient war tree's origin spirit that had bitterly cultivated for countless epochs was really majestic. Such rich origin spirit power. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. If not for this origin spirit being sealed and unable to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth to temper the origin spirit into the soul, Qin Feng would not be its opponent at all. Qin Feng transformed into the supreme heart demon body. Pitch-black demonic runes emanated from his body, and a dense black light circulated around him. This rich, primordial spirit energy was no less than a great supplement to the inner demons. Dense black light circulated, and the faint supreme demonic aura on his body became more and more intense. The surging black shadow was like a demonic shadow from the heavens, filled with indifference, loftiness, and savagery. In fact, this was not the true supreme devil body. In Qin Feng's previous life, although it was said that he had cultivated the supreme heart demon's body of the extraterritorial demon king, in reality, he was not the Shang and could not achieve transcendence. Otherwise, he would have already become a god in his previous life. A true supreme level devil body could exist for eternity, and not just exist for a short period of time and then degenerate back. In fact, this was the true difference between some heavenly experts and demon gods. A heaven rank expert could only maintain the supreme gray Taoist body for a short period of time. As time passed, he would definitely be the first to be unable to hold on and would have to retreat. However, demon gods were different. With an eternal divine body, they could always maintain the state of being one with heaven and man with the laws of heaven and earth. The divine souls and life force of these deities are supreme treasures. Previously, when I transformed into the supreme gray devil body, I could only maintain it for 2 to 3 breaths. After absorbing the life force, divine souls, and primordial spirits of these evil gods, I can maintain it for at least an hour now. With the stage 15 supreme grade heart demon body, even if he did not rely on the position of the Holy Emperor and the laws of heaven and earth of the gods, Qin Feng felt that he could easily kill and even devour the divine souls of deities. This is almost the combat strength of my previous life at its peak. With a flash of black light, the supreme grade heart demon body collapsed. Streams of demonic aura turned into flesh and blood, and Qin Feng's body reappeared. The stage 15 power dissipated, and he regained the power of early stage 14. Qin Feng had a faint feeling of emptiness in his heart. He was slightly uncomfortable. His gaze turned and locked onto the ancient war tree in front of him, as well as the wood spirit wizard world. The huge ancient war tree covered the sky and emitted a rich life force spiritual light. After losing the ancient tree primordial spirit, this ancient tree's spirituality was not damaged at all. The leaves were as green as jade, holding up the sky like an umbrella. In Qin Feng's eyes, there were traces of spirituality gathering in the ancient tree's heart. Before long, this ancient tree would give birth to a new primordial spirit and become a new wood ancestor. Qi. A faint black light flickered, and Wang Daoi's figure appeared on a branch. One extremely rare, top-grade spirit root. Such a spirit root is completely enough to support a top-grade, first-rate primordial family or first-rate sect. Wang Daoi praised slightly. Hearing that, Qin Feng pondered slightly. He had long taken a liking to the Wu family's territory, especially this ancient war tree, which was the unshakable foundation of the Qin family. And this would shaman spiritual world could replace the northern dragon world that he had annihilated and become the Qin family's future escape route. Qin Feng, was not alone. This was an excellent place to establish himself. It was just that this attack on the Wu family was indeed thanks to Wang Daoi. If not for Wang Daoi holding back the Wu family's most precious treasure, the Shaman King Mirror, he might not have been able to take down the Wu family easily. Qin Feng was in a difficult position. Junior brother, I remember that you also seem to have established a family. After all, the realm of stars is the territory of Xingqian School. You offended Gong Ao, and if Gong Ao can't find you, Gong Ao or his subordinates might vent their anger on your family. This is a good place for the Qin family to establish themselves. Wang Daoi stroked the huge trunk of the ancient war tree and turned around with a smile on his face. Senior brother, Qin Feng suddenly raised his head with a surprised look in his eyes. To be fair, the ancient war tree was a real divine kingdom. Any deity would be tempted by it. Wang Daoi's words meant that he wanted to give both of these things to Qin Feng. The ancient war tree and the wood shaman spiritual world are both good things. But how can they compare to junior brother Qin Feng's good fortune? My netherworld law is perfect, and there is bound to be a great calamity. It might even lead to the intervention of a king god. When that day comes, I might have to look up to this junior brother for help. Wang Daoi thought to himself as a smile appeared on his not-so-handsome face. If that's the case, Qin Feng would like to thank senior brother. Qin Feng looked solemn as he cupped his fists at Wang Daoi. Although he didn't know why senior brother Wang was so generous, Qin Feng was still quite happy. Wang Daoi's silhouette flashed as he appeared on another branch. He dodged Qin Feng's bow as he laughed. Junior brother, I can't accept such a big bow from you. After saying that, he changed the topic. Junior martial brother Qin Feng, this time, we have also achieved great merit. I have to leave too. The great world is coming, and I have to race against time. I have to look for other opportunities. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. However, you have to be careful. Although the Wu family has been destroyed, they are still connected to some of the remaining branches of the shaman path. I'm afraid there will be shaman path experts coming to find trouble with you. Chapter 1050. Remnants of the Witchcraft, Dao. Qin Feng shook his head and sneered as he watched Wang Daoi leave. The witchcraft Dao was indeed powerful. It even spanned a few eras and dominated a few eras. However, since the ancient era, the martial Dao was the true overlord that ruled the entire ancient era. Under the martial Dao, there were countless main gods like the immemorial Sui sovereign and the Eastern Baron Great Emperor, not to mention the countless ancient emperors and martial Dao demon gods. The witchcraft Dao and other laws, even the Blood River Law, were all covered by the martial Dao and had no choice but to become a small branch of laws under the martial Dao. This was not the era when the witchcraft Dao was flourishing. Even if the sorcerer gods appeared, they would be suppressed by the martial Dao. Their strength would be greatly reduced. As for Qin Feng's demonic Dao law, it was actually a supplement to the martial Dao law, just like how the heavens and earth were divided into yin and yang factions. The martial Dao law was also divided into yin and yang factions. There were many laws under it. Among them, the monster Dao law, the evil Dao law, the demonic Dao law, and the Blood River law all belonged to the evil chaos faction under the martial Dao law. Their counterpart was the righteous Tao law. For example, the ancient emperor's law, the Buddhist Tao law, the elemental law, nature law, star law, order law, and so on. Under the Shihua Peak of the Great Snow Mountain, within the demonic Skull Palace, a skeleton that was burning with dense black flames sat quietly on the throne. The ninth evil ancestor. This was an evil ancestor who had achieved as much as the first few eras of the ancient era. Evil ancestor. Only those who had greatly supplemented or created the evil Tao law were qualified to be called evil ancestor. The ninth evil ancestor had once created a sect that greatly supplemented the evil Tao law. This sect was called the Undying Heaven Sect. The Undying Heaven Sect was once a giant among the 72 mysterious sects and was not inferior to the 10 great divine sects. The ninth evil ancestor sensed the death of the dozens of evil gods that were sent out. He was not angry. Instead, his eyes shone with 3 different colors. Ever since the first few evil ancestors died, the evil Tao law has been stagnating. The number of evil ancestors and evil gods that were born since the primordial age has been decreasing. The power of the law has yet to mature, and it has fallen into a slump. If this goes on, I'm afraid my hope of becoming an overgod. The ninth evil ancestor side. Although they were both on the side of evil, the evil path's law was far from being as powerful as the Blood River's law and the Yao Path's law. Furthermore, there was no complete inheritance method, and there were many flaws. Reality had proven that relying on plundering or triggering calamities to strengthen the evil path's laws was almost impossible. It's a pity that when I tried to elevate the evil Tao's law to the destroyer's law, the 6th evil ancestor and the 8th evil ancestor tried to stop me. Although I managed to kill the 2 of them, I was also severely injured. After countless eras of recuperation, I've only recovered 30% of my strength. Skeleton side. The destroyer rules corresponded to the guardian rules. Protectors were divine spirits born from the laws that protected the origin. They were the protectors of the order of the world. The destroyer law focused on killing to stop killing. The Tao of heaven was to take from what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Plundering the outer realms to replenish the outer realms was such a magnificent path to the heavens. Those 2 stubborn fellows deserved to die. Skeleton was filled with hatred. However, this newly born law, called the demonic Tao, Skeleton was moved by the power he sensed from Qin Feng through the evil gods. That law was extremely similar to the evil path's law. Be it the core function of the law or the profound meaning of the power, they were all so perfect. If he could rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky as the myriad laws resonated. The 4 acquired deity positions of earth, water, wind, and fire have all appeared. Is the curtains about to open? Skeleton raised his head, the pitch-black flames in his eye sockets jumping. At this moment, it was not just the 9th evil ancestor. Countless experts in the famous sacred mountains were excited. Withered Leaf City, the Wu family's old site. In the Wu family's ancient castle, Qin Feng raised his head from his throne. The acquired water deity position of Heavenly Unity Lord and the acquired wind deity position of Wild Wind King. Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes were filled with excitement. Deity position. Although the acquired deity position was only a 3rd-grade deity position, once refined, one would become a true demon god. The demon god realm was also a 15th-grade demon god, but the combat power of a demon god was not something that could be judged by his grade. The water deity position of Heavenly Unity Lord represented a type of acquired primordial water, the first heavenly primordial water. In fact, if the acquired primordial water was evolved to the extreme, its power might not be weaker than the 9 innate primordial waters. However, it only lacked the power of creation and evolution like the 9 innate primordial waters. In terms of power, it was not weak. The real Deshang's acquired primordial water could also evolve into a destructive power. Qin Feng was quite tempted by the acquired deity position of the Master of Heavenly Unity Lord. However, he also knew that although he had mastered the 9 innate primordial waters, he was not an expert in them. Although he could create the acquired primordial water, he might not be able to compete with those experts who were proficient in the acquired primordial water. Even so, Qin Feng was still fully activating his water deity position of Heavenly Unity Lord. As for the innate deity position of his goal, that was just a thought. If he obtained the acquired deity position, he might be able to upgrade it. In the future, the demon gods who had attained the heavenly deity position could also participate in the competition after the mid-deity position or innate deity position appeared. Furthermore, they were the most powerful competitors. However, this deity position was about luck, opportunity, and even the laws one comprehended were compatible with the deity position. As the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait was activated, a special wave of water deity position was generated from his body. His mind was resonating with the deity position of the Master of Heavenly Unity Lord. He was trying to obtain the acquired water deity position. At this moment, in the Linghai continent, and even in the countless worlds of the Linghai continent, many water deities displayed their full power in the water deity position. Balls of dense water deity position were like light blue suns tearing apart the heavens and earth. The dense brilliance was unusually eye-catching. It appeared in the heavens and earth, shocking countless living beings. Countless water deities could use their senses to see each other's blurry figures and determine which side of the water deity position they had comprehended. Qin Feng felt that his chances were not high. Among the many water deities, there were not many who had attained the perfection stage, but there were still quite a few. His comprehension of the water deity position of the Heavenly Unity Lord was far from being in the top 3. Of course, if the innate water deity position of the origin appeared, he would definitely be one of the most powerful competitors. The mysterious ball of light that was emitting extremely mysterious deity position of the laws hovered above the many water deities for a moment. Suddenly, like a stream of light, it locked onto a graceful and beautiful figure. The dense Heavenly Unity Lord on that beautiful figure was like a blue sun formed by the ocean. The brilliance it emitted far surpassed that of most water deities and was above many water deities. It was as if in the next moment, under the furious and unwilling gazes of countless deities, that ball of mysterious divine light that was emitting intense water deity position of the laws shot out and entered that water deity's body. Roar! In the heavens and earth, a shocking dragon roar resounded through the ancient time and space. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful figure fused with the mysterious ball of light and turned into a dragon shadow, disappearing without a trace. It's a water deity position of the Dragon Clan that obtained the deity position of the Master of Heavenly Unity. It's not fair. Many water deities lost their composure and roared angrily. Their eyes were red with jealousy and hatred. Every time a deity throne was lost, there would be one less deity throne. It was even possible that this was the only acquired water deity position. How could they be angry, jealous? Chapter 10:51. Now that the 4 positions of earth, water, wind, and fire have appeared, the other positions will appear one after another. The first demon god is about to be born. Qin Feng frowned with a serious expression. A level 15 demon god and a level 15 god were 2 different things. To put it bluntly, even 10 level 15 gods would not be a match for a level 15 demon god. Cloud Lake City. Ever since Yao came to the Qin clan's headquarters in Cloud Lake City, the entire Qin clan had been flourishing. Cloud Lake City had been under management and was flourishing. The Qin family's influence was also growing day by day. However, when the Qin family's influence reached its peak, a problem appeared. Although the wild new territory was a virgin land that was still being developed, Xingqian School was not stupid. They would not allow another giant like the 9 great empires to appear under their rule. Naturally, after Cloud Lake City swept through a few strategic towns in the southwest, it encountered the territories of several true disciples. These true disciples were all famous figures in the sect. Their backgrounds were complicated. In short, the expansion of Cloud Lake City's Qin family had hit a bottleneck. Yu Yao was also very distressed because of this. Cloud Lake City's City Lord's mansion. Yu Yao sat on the throne and frowned. At this moment, she was no longer the unruly and flirtatious young girl from Shauna City. She wore a light yellow palace dress, and her hair was combed into a golden phoenix bun. In addition to her position, she looked very noble, graceful, and dignified. Damn it, if not for some people in the sect, Yuhang Town would not have escaped from my hands. Miss you. Should we ask Ji Zun to take action? With Ji Zun's current power in Xingqian school, those people should know their limits. Qin Qingwei, the Qin family's grand elder, had a fierce look on her face. Beside her, another grand elder, Qin Qinghong, shook his head. With Ji Zun's identity, status, and strength, there are not many true disciples in Xingqian school who dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. However, if we always rely on Ji Zun's name, it'll make us seem too useless. Many grand elders had awkward expressions. Needless to say, if it wasn't for the name of the sovereign, the Qin clan would have long been swallowed up by the surrounding strong neighbors. Moreover, Ji Zun also has opponents in Xingqian school. All these years, they have been secretly making things difficult for us. If they get hold of our weakness, I'm afraid they will implicate Ji Zun. At the side, Qin Xinyun, who was listening by the side. It's already not easy for the Qin clan to have such a situation. That's right. In just 3 short years, our Cloud Lake City's Qin clan strength is already on par with the feudal clans. The only worry is that our Qin clan's new generation of experts have yet to mature. Many elders of the Qin family looked helpless. The Qin family's foundation was still too shallow. Although he had the huge Cloud Lake City, he did not have anything that could be used as a foundation, except for the supreme master of the present age, the true king of primordial beginning. Many of the elders were worried. Such a family could be powerful for a period of time, but once the supreme being disappeared or left, the entire family might become a piece of fat meat in the eyes of others. Swoosh! A black light abruptly emerged from the depths of the City Lord's mansion and instantly appeared in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Ji Zun. Many of the Qin clan members saw this black light that was surrounded by black flames and faintly revealed a trace of supreme majesty. Their faces instantly revealed a trace of joy. Yu Yao and the elders of the Qin clan all knew that this was a clone of their Ji Zun. Yu Yao walked down from the main seat with light steps. Greetings to Ji Zun. Controlling this mental demon clone, Qin Feng's eyes looked around the main hall. The growth of the Qin clan members wasn't slow. They had a huge amount of resources piled up. In the main hall, among the first batch of youths who had followed him to Cloud Lake City, many of them had already advanced to the 3rd stage of the Sea Reincarnation Realm. There were also a few 4th-stage Nirvana Realm experts. Such strength was enough to be revered in an ordinary main city. The strongest was Yu Yao, who was not far from the 5th stage of the Martial Dao Realm. All right, I'll give you 2 days to prepare. Our clan is going to move our headquarters. Of course, if you're willing, you can also stay in Cloud Lake City. Black light shot out, and a dot of black light spread out in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, forming a huge black mirror that reflected the image of the ancient war tree. What huge ancient tree! Spiritual mountain blessed land. The spiritual energy there is so dense that it has actually turned into mist. So many spiritual mountains and blessed lands. So many spiritual roots and spiritual herbs. Stretching for tens of thousands of miles, such a spiritual land. Our Qin clan's headquarters is going to be moved here. In the main hall, all the grand elders were bombarded by this news until they were dizzy and almost couldn't help but shout out. Such a spiritual land. Even some of the first-rate sects couldn't compare to it. This is a foundation that won't move for thousands of years. Yu Yao's charming eyes were almost dripping with water. Her heart trembled violently. Such a huge spiritual mountain vein was taken down by Qin Feng. In this way, the Qin clan's current predicament was nothing. If the Qin clan could at most become a feudal clan or an imperial clan in the past, now they could become an ancient clan. Sovereign, where is this place? A grand elder couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng smiled and said, "This is the northern spiritual region." Northern spiritual region? Many grand elders' faces stiffened. The myriad star domain and the northern spiritual region were separated by endless territories, filled with countless countries. If they wanted to move over, it would probably take a long time. Between the two regions, there were also countless dangers and obstacles. Many elders looked like they wanted to say something, but stopped. Many of the elders present followed Qin Feng through the desolate bone battlefield to Cloud Lake City. Back then, the Qin clan had suffered heavy losses, and this was within the region. If they were to cross the region, they would be separated by millions or even tens of millions of miles. Other than those experts who could tear the void apart, who else could cross such a long distance? But because of their sovereign's prestige, they didn't dare to object. Boom! A dot of black light bombarded the void silently. A jade-green door appeared in the void, and a huge grotto heaven world appeared in front of them. In the wood spirit wizard world, the huge grotto heaven was filled with rich spiritual energy. Countless ancient beasts roared in the primeval forest, and it was filled with a vast and vigorous aura. Through this grotto heaven, you can directly enter Withered Leaf City. After 2 days, this door will close. If you are willing, you can directly enter this grotto heaven. Qin Feng didn't care about the expressions of the elders. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the same scene was playing out in the Mountain River City's Qin clan. With the inner demon as a nail, no matter how far the distance was, it wouldn't be difficult for Qin Feng. Qin Feng left all the family matters to Yu Yao. Qin Feng himself set off for Tianshui City. Not long ago, he received news that his fiancée, Bai Yin, had gone missing. There's more later. Chapter 1052. In the Wood Shaman spiritual world, disciples of the Qin family of Shanha City and the Qin family of Cloud Lake City were constantly being guided to Withered Leaf City. Only the godly kingdom, with its immense spatial power, could cross regions to receive living beings. The entire Withered Leaf City was in full swing. Countless Qin family disciples began to enter the protection of the ancient war tree under the arrangements of the Qin family's higher-ups. They were arranged to guard the various cities and spirit mountains within a radius of 100,000 miles. There were many small forces and small families in the many cities within a radius of 100,000 miles. Naturally, the current Qin family could not suppress them. Only Qin Feng could make a move to intimidate them. These days, Qin Feng was busy. Fortunately, some trivial matters could be shared by the Qin family members. Otherwise, even if he had 100,000 bodies, he would not be able to handle it. Apart from that, he also invited the various large forces and even some ancient families and sects of the northern spirit region to contact them. It was in such an atmosphere that the news of Bai Yinner's disappearance in Tianshui City was sent over by the Bai family's experts. In the void, a stream of light shuttled through like a comet. In the blink of an eye, it traveled hundreds of miles. Its speed was indeed faster than the comet's shuttling through the stars. Bai Yinner should be fine. Before I left, I used an inner demon to refine it into a frozen boundary bracelet. That bracelet has always been with Bai Yinner. Although it's weak now, the inner demon has not disappeared. Thus, she should be safe for the time being. However, according to my calculations with the Cosmos Phenomena art, Bai Yinner will soon face a life and death tribulation. If she can't survive it, Qin Feng's expression was gloomy. The black light quickly cut through space. I just don't know who kidnapped her. This was what worried Qin Feng the most. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. His body suddenly froze in the void. He looked ahead with a gloomy gaze. In the endless void, gray chaotic air currents circled. The sky was endless like a gray, iron curtain that extended to the horizon. The end could not be seen. Boom! At this moment, thunder suddenly roared in the distance. The entire endless void was uneasy. Crack! The crisp sound of glass tearing suddenly rang in Qin Feng's ears. At first, it was a light breeze, but it soon turned into a howling gale. It went straight to the depths of his soul, as if his soul was being torn apart by this sound. A huge spatial crack shot down along the empty gray sky, extending all the way to Qin Feng's eyes. The entire sky was torn apart, tearing open 1,000 zhang deep hole, extending into the depths of the earth. Darkness swallowed all things. An ancient behemoth squeezed out from the darkness. It was a huge island. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Boundless void, primal chaos, chi rubbed against a massive island. A massive heaven-rank aura that far exceeded that of an ordinary fifth-order cultivator swept towards Qin Feng. "You're haunting me," Qin Feng cursed inwardly. A stream of light flashed, tearing apart the void. Puff! But in the next moment, the stream of light seemed to have collided with a steel plate. The stream of light was sent flying back. "There's no end to this. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Feng's face darkened. Heaven-ranked laws stained the sky with blood. Boom! A blood-colored divine ray blasted out from the island. With a loud bang, Qin Feng's figure was blasted away like a comet. His chest was torn apart and pierced through. A huge hole appeared on his chest. Qin Feng was expressionless. The flesh on his chest could be seen with the naked eye rapidly returning to its original state. "This attack is the karma of my previous rudeness." There was a cold look in his eyes. "If you don't want to give up, then Qin Feng can accompany you in a life and death battle." With a thought, his 14th order aura rose rapidly, and the power of a 15th order erupted. With the support of the divine emperor's position, it was as if the power of heaven and earth was supporting him with a thought. At this moment, although his aura was still slightly weaker than that of the Empress in the Dragon's Nest, there was not much of a difference. 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. The Empress's emotionless eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Boom! A jade-white palm slashed through the void, and a terrifying light that cut through heaven and earth like a long river blasted towards Qin Feng. Heaven-ranked laws, Heaven's Blade. It's actually a heavenly law. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically when he felt the boundless heavenly law that was enough to cut through his soul. Every epoch had its own heavenly laws. Heavenly law was the most direct manifestation of the heavenly law. It was one of the strongest laws. However, cultivating heavenly law was very easy to be infected by the heavenly law's heavenly law. It would be like the heavenly law, emotionless, desireless, and heartless, viewing the common people as nothing more than straw dogs. There were not many cultivation techniques that cultivated heavenly law. The most famous one was the Manual of Unruffled Sages. At the end of this cultivation technique, one would replace the heavenly law and turn into a heavenly law. This was also a type of god. Thousand Leaves Water, God Black Lotus. A pitch-black lotus bloomed under Qin Feng's feet. Bang! Countless lotus flowers shattered. A blood-red light shot into the sky. An arm was sent flying. He actually split the Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus seemed to have been severely injured. With a whimper, it turned into a black light that entered Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng looked inwardly and realized that a portion of the Black Lotus's leaves had been shattered. It would take at least a period of time to recover. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess amidst the shock. Heavenly law was actually this powerful. The Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus's defense could not be broken even by an ordinary 15-stage deity. Yet, this woman had actually shattered it with a single strike. Surging vitality appeared in his majestic demonic body, and the arm that had been sent flying instantly grew back. Boom! In the dragon's nest, another waterfall-like divine light swept down like a long river. Heaven-ranked laws, life-stealing. Heaven-ranked laws, all things freezing. Heaven-ranked laws, heavenly Tao, God-slaying. Several divine light of laws descended one after another, bombarding Qin Feng's body. In an instant, his true body turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood, and his divine spirit flew out. His face was still filled with shock. As everyone knew, the more heaven-ranked laws a 15-stage deity grasped, the stronger they were. The purple-robed man had only grasped 2 heaven-ranked laws, and he had almost completely suppressed Qin Feng back then. This woman had actually grasped more than 7 heaven-ranked laws. Qin Feng, you have blasphemed against my divine body. Your sin is unforgivable. Today is the day you die. A cold and emotionless voice came from the dragon's nest. Heaven-ranked laws, light of judgment. A beam of divine light flew out. It formed a huge scale in the void, and 2 pale golden trays appeared. One was a mountain of sins formed by boundless darkness, and the other was Qin Feng's image. His expression changed as he was trying hard to restore his true body. He felt an invisible force being born from the unseen world, and a noose was around his neck. As the boundless darkness of sins gradually tilted, the noose around his neck became stronger and stronger. His divine spirit seemed to be torn apart. There's more later. Chapter 1053. This was the judgment of the laws of heaven and earth. It was useless no matter where he ran. The laws of heaven and earth were the most impartial and the most cruel. Qin Feng knew that if he did not think of a way, his soul would be devoured by the laws of heaven and earth once he was judged guilty. He would be dragged into the depths of the laws of heaven and earth and digested. The laws of heaven are indeed the closest to the laws of heaven. However, it's still not enough to kill me. Qin Feng sneered. The laws of heaven. What was heaven? That was the billions of living beings in the universe. The entire Northern Spirit region had fallen into his heart. With the position of the Saint Emperor, he was the heaven of the Northern Spirit region. Northern Spirit region. A supreme aura was emitted from Qin Feng's body. A mysterious divine light bloomed. Above his head, the laws of heaven and earth projected by the light of judgment melted silently and digested into nothingness. A power that far exceeded the early and middle stages of the 15th level appeared on Qin Feng's body. A Saint Emperor of a state, feeling the infinite malice coming from the surrounding space, the Empress stood up. Her eyes were bright, and there were countless formless laws circulating around her body. The countless laws of heaven and earth clashed with the formless pressure coming from the surrounding space. Rumble. The surrounding space was distorted and shattered by the huge force. It was like thunder. What a strong woman. If not for the position of the Saint Emperor and the support of the chaotic kingdom of God, I might have been killed by her in one move. Qin Feng felt a strain. The Northern Spirit region was not perfect. The forces in the Northern Spirit region were complicated. Although he had read the destinies of most of the forces, they had not truly submitted to him. He had just obtained the position of the Saint Emperor and did not have the time to take them all under his command. The source of the Northern Spirit region's power surged from the surroundings. Qin Feng's body started to change. Demonic qi was born in his body. Unparalleled demonic qi. Demonic qi appeared and flowed into the Northern Spirit region like a fountain. The entire Northern Spirit region gradually changed from majestic to demonic qi, and the aura of gods intertwined. It was like black and white chaos. The power of the divine region increased exponentially. Boom! A pitch-black, abyss-like spatial crack appeared within a few feet of the dragon's nest. 2 invisible laws clashed, entering a white-hot state. The 2 of them were like 2 enormous spheres of light, brighter than the sun. Blazing hot and rich laws leaked out, fiercely clashing. Countless divine flames and lightning were born from the places where they clashed. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Even if a supreme being was brushed by it, they would still die without a burial ground. Rumble. Destructive power spread out from where the two's laws clashed. It was like a roaring torrent that set off monstrous space-time waves. Kaka. It was like the sound of glass being torn apart. The dragon's nest beneath the Empress's feet was like a broken glass mirror, unable to withstand the violent impact of the nomological laws. From the outside to the inside, it was disintegrating inch by inch. Countless dragon veins were wailing. The Empress's expression changed slightly. This won't do. The dragon nest matter concerns whether or not I can recover most of my strength in the shortest amount of time possible. I can't afford to lose it here. I'll wait until the 3 heavenly laws are completely replenished and merged with the formless sky, origin spirit sky, and netherworld sky. 3 days later, when I've refined the true heavenly laws, it won't be too late to find that brat. Boom! Suddenly, space-time shattered under a huge force. A space-time crack that was like a bottomless abyss appeared. The Empress's expression was cold as she dragged the dragon nest into the depths of the crack, disappearing from where she was in the blink of an eye. She had left. Seeing that she couldn't kill Qin Feng, the Empress chose to retreat at the first instant. The surging space-time waves gradually dissipated with the Empress's departure. The blazing power of the nomological laws that remained in place gradually dissipated. Qin Feng's figure was revealed, and a trace of luck flashed across his face. She's really ridiculously strong. This crazy woman only touched her breasts once, and she actually fought me to the death. Cold sweat appeared on Qin Feng's hands. If this woman continued to fight him to the death, it was really uncertain who would emerge victorious in the end. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He knew that this woman had no humanity, only divinity. Today's matter probably wasn't over. Once this woman suppressed him, she would definitely come for revenge. I have to speed up my cultivation. Space nomological laws have already transformed into space godly laws. The next improvement is to condense divine fire and temper it to perfection, slowly giving birth to a trace of space nomological laws. Only then can I advance to heaven tier. However, this requires time. But I have the Book of Universe in my body. The Book of Universe is a supreme treasure formed by space nomological laws. Even if I condense a trace, I can reach the heavens in a single bound. Qin Feng sighed slightly. It was extremely difficult for ordinary supremes to advance to heaven tier or deities to condense and comprehend a trace of nomological laws. Who knew how many deities were stuck at this stage of comprehending laws? In his previous life, Qin Feng was stuck at this stage, stuck at the peak of level 14. Fortunately, I have the Book of Universe. Although I can't refine it, as time passes, with the help of Providence, it's not difficult to comprehend a trace of space nomological laws. There's also the Demon Master nomological laws, water source nomological laws with demonic providence. Innate water providence is constantly being tempered and has already reached perfection. Breaking through to heaven tier only requires a trace of opportunity. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with joy. The Demon Master nomological laws were primogenitor nomological laws. He didn't need to comprehend them himself. He only needed providence to advance. The same went for the water source nomological laws. As long as he had enough providence, he could disperse the origin of the 1,000 leaves water god black lotus and fuse it with the innate water inextinguishable spirit light. He could also advance to the level of nomological laws. Once his main body became a level 15 existence, he would have the initial qualifications to fight for a deity position. With a flash, he silently headed towards Sky Water City's Bai family. Baiena was kidnapped. He had to find her in a short period of time. There might be unexpected problems. There's also the Silver Moon Queen. Let go of me, Dongfang Weiming. As a member of the Greater One sect, you're actually so despicable. Aren't you afraid that Qin Feng will find her Greater One sect to settle the score? A cold and angry voice came from the dilapidated and dark ancient temple. It was exceptionally sharp. Byener, just give up. Qin Feng can't save you. Furthermore, this is the Langya spirit region, which is thousands of miles away from the northern spirit region. This is the Jixin sect's territory. Another sharp and harsh female voice rang out. Beware. In the ancient temple, Byener was tied to a pillar. Her white clothes were stained with blood. Her beautiful face was angrily looking at a beautiful woman not far away. Byener, don't hate me as your aunt. Marrying young Master Dongfang is such an honorable thing. You're the one who didn't know how to appreciate favors and courted death by going against young Master Dongfang. Don't worry. After we find Bai Emperor's treasure, we'll spare your life. After all, young Master Dongfang has personally said that he wants to take you in as a concubine. Chapter 1054. Moonless Forest, Tying Peak. Moon Palace, Moon Gazing Platform. Even in the daytime, the rich power of the Tying stars flowed down like water. The distant Tying stars were like the sun in the sky. The ground was like frost and snow. On the Moon Gazing Platform, the pregnant queen in white clothes fluttered like the moon goddess. She was indescribably beautiful. She was dignified, and elegant. She was truly a peerless beauty. Her belly didn't look big. Dense starlight of the extreme Een star revolved around her. After inheriting two extreme Een star origins, she had already broken through the realm of star fate revolving around her body and had already manifested her star fate. She was only half a step away from breaking through the third realm of star fate reincarnation. Not far away, a pale, white laurel fell. Goddess Shiha looked at the Queen of Silver Moon with a strange expression. In just 2 years, she had jumped 3 levels from 7th level quasi-saint to 10th level great saint. Even though Goddess Shiha was a powerhouse who had survived from the ancient times, she was still shocked. I'm afraid only the direct bloodline of the ancient demon gods can have this ability. In her eyes, rich providence surrounded the queen from all directions and entered her stomach. Some of it also gathered above the queen's head, aiding her cultivation. This kind of luck was not inferior to some 4th-grade divine seed deities. Of course, this was because of the blood moon divine position, the Tying bloodline's providence, and even the Tying star origins. Most of it was because of the mysterious youth. Perhaps if this continues, the queen will really have the potential of a god. But before that, if the queen wants to break through to the third realm of star fate reincarnation, I'm afraid she'll need. Goddess Shiha heaved a sigh. There was not only one Tying star in this era. Back then, the blood moon deity moon demon was one, and Princess Yuqian was another. There's also Ji Su and Princess Yueji from Xingqian School. Each of them had a strand of Tying star origins. If one wanted to reach the third realm of star fate reincarnation, they would have to gather all the Tying star origins, or at least take up a huge portion. Fine, Your Majesty. Since you're unwilling to do it yourself, I'll be the bad guy. With a cold glint in her eyes, Goddess Shiha looked down at Princess Yuji. Sometimes there were some things that had to be done. Of course, she had personally watched Princess Yuji grow up, but the Silver Moon clan would forever only have one king. Qinshui City. Auspicious clouds bloomed in the sky as thousands of strands of auspicious qi condensed into countless purple-golden lotuses that bloomed from the ground. The arrival of the Sage Emperor naturally had its own atmosphere. In the main hall, Qin Feng sat high on the main seat. Father-in-law, what do you think? To tell you the truth, I'm determined to obtain the destiny of the Northern Spirit region. The birth of the 4 divine thrones will be followed by more divine thrones. The demon god will also be born very soon. For the sake of the lives of both our families, father-in-law, you should plan ahead. Qin Feng's voice was indifferent. Qin Feng, don't go too far. The first miss has just gone missing, and you're here to force her. Isn't that too disappointing? An elder of the Bai family was furious. It's precisely because Yin Heir is missing that I need power. Qin Feng had sufficient reason to believe that this could be a trap set up by Gong Ao. After the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll reached the Sage Emperor realm, the next step was to perfect one's destiny and comprehend the power of laws. The Sage Emperor realm was actually one of the heaven and earth thrones. It was a divine throne that was born from the laws of heaven and earth. The reason why the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll was so powerful was because it could borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Actually, the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll and the Manual of Unruffled Sage were the same type of cultivation technique. Cultivation was also a type of law of heaven. However, the 2 types of cultivation techniques were inclined towards different directions. The Sage Emperor Realm Law was also a type of law of heaven and belonged to the ancient Emperor Realm Law. The strength of the laws of heaven and earth was mostly related to the amount of destiny. What if I say I'm not willing? In the main hall, Baijan's face was gloomy, and he was slightly regretting it. If I knew earlier, I would have let Yin Er marry Dongfang Weiming. Baijan did not know that if he had married Bai Yin Er to Dongfang Weiming, the entire Bai family would have been bathed in blood. Qin Feng was not a kind person. He was an extremely vicious person. You are all Yin Er's elders. If I kill all of you here, you will say that I, Qin Feng, am heartless. But even so, the Bai family will no longer exist in the entire Northern Spirit region. His voice was cold, with a thought, a supreme aura that far surpassed that of a normal level 15 deity suppressed the entire Tianshui city. In the dark, the 2 supremes of the Bai family who were about to rush out were shocked. Their muscles stiffened. In the face of this power, they could not even move their fingers. In the main hall, everyone, including Baijan, was pale. Most of them were flushed, and they could not breathe. The gap was too big. All right. As long as you don't interfere with the internal affairs of my Bai family is willing to lead all the families in Tianshui City to submit to you. We will set up a temple and pay tribute every year. Baijan's face was resolute. He had made up his mind. Good. On the throne, a trace of a smile flashed in Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes. That would be for the best. With this sentence, Qin Feng felt that the rich destiny in the heart of the region had filled most of the territories transformed by the heart of the region. Only a small part of it still maintained its autonomy. That was a part of the Bailing sect's territory. Although Celestial Venerable Cloud Shadow, one of the 6 celestial venerables of the Bailing sect, had entered Qin Feng's control, he could only nibble at it slowly. Fortunately, as the sacred emperor of the Northern Spirit region, he was concealed by the fate of the world. The Bailing sect would not discover the trick in a short time. By the time they discovered it, Qin Feng's power would have been established. Nibbling could directly become swallowing. Without a sound, his figure disappeared. I regret it. In the main hall, Baijan's face was filled with hatred. Patriarch, you don't have to blame yourself too much. 2 streams of light flashed. 2 white-robed old men walked into the main hall. One of them was burly and had a red face, like an old blacksmith. The other one was elegant and had gray-white hair. His expression was cold, and he looked rather dignified. These were the 2 old antiques of the Bai family, Bai Shibing and Bai Wuli. Elders, I am ashamed to face my ancestors. I did not know the right person. Baijan begs to be removed from the position of the Bai family's patriarch and meditate on it for 300 years. Baijan's expression dimmed. Baijan, you did not do anything wrong this time. You should know what kind of person Qin Feng is. This person is vicious and merciless. A few days ago, the Wu family was annihilated by him. Almost the entire family was annihilated. Other than a few of the direct descendants who were studying in other sects, the rest were all killed. What kind of person is he? Bai Wuli looked at Baijan. Think about it. If you had insisted on choosing Dongfang Weiming as your son-in-law, what would have happened to the Bai family today? After hearing Bai Wuli's words, Baijan's body turned cold. Without a doubt, if he had insisted on rejecting Qin Feng would not have been so polite today. He was afraid that the Wu family in Withered Leaf City would be a lesson for the Bai family. Luckily, Baijan muttered, A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. There's more later. Chapter 1055. Boom. The void shook. In the endless void, Qin Feng already felt the power of the region heart in his body diminishing. He had already left the territory of the northern spiritual region. He had entered the Langya region. The boundary between the Langya region and the northern spiritual region was a large river called the Langya Cloud River. Through the dimensional space, this large river was right below Qin Feng's feet. As a water cultivator, Qin Feng had seen many large rivers. However, there was no other river that was as soul-stirring as this one. This river was so majestic that one couldn't see the end of it from afar. It was like a river that reached the heavens. The Langya region was very unique. It was different from the Myriad Star region, the northern spiritual region, or the extreme North Snow region. This was the famous water region of the Spirit Sea continent. Numerous water systems filled the vast majority of the region. Some experts had calculated that 8 out of 10 regions in the Langya region were water systems, lakes, and swamps of various sizes. Only a small part of the region was pure oasis land. There was no doubt that the land here was very fertile. However, there were also many floods and disasters. However, with the presence of cultivators, some natural disasters such as floods were nothing more than the tiniest speck on the scale, insignificant. There were many large sects that mainly used water techniques in the Langya region. The more famous ones were the Water Cloud sect, the Fantasy Moon sect, and the Holy Water Palace. However, these sects were not considered the overlords. The only overlord was the Jixin sect, which was very famous among the 72 mysterious sects. The country, the mountains, and the rivers. Boom! After crossing the Langya Cloud River, a stream of light entered a mountain peak. Qin Feng's expression was astonished. Buzz, buzz. In the chaotic world of God in his body, countless weapons were buzzing and trembling. It was as if these weapons were seeing a supreme existence that was born in the unseen world. It wasn't just these weapons. In the world of God, the great desolate iron tree, which was a metal element divine spirit root, was also stretching its branches and leaves excitedly. Ding, ding, dang, dang. It was extremely pleasing to the ear. Has the metal element acquired deity position appeared? Qin Feng's expression was subtle. This was the 5th deity position. Qin Feng's crystal-clear eyes revealed a trace of emotion. This was already the 5th deity throne. In an ordinary era, the appearance of 5 deity thrones was enough for the experts of the entire continent to celebrate. It was similar to the last days, where not a single deity throne appeared, but it wasn't like there weren't any. This era was truly blessed by the heavens. This era had just begun, and there were already 5 deity positions that had appeared. After a great rise, there will be a rapid decline. This is the greatest opportunity for all the experts since the ancient times. No matter what, I have to seize the opportunity this time. I can't fall into the same tragic situation as my previous life, where there was no road to heaven and no door to hell. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Thinking back to the despair of his previous life, all the blood in his body seemed to have turned cold without any temperature. It was too despairing. Possessing a peerless divine ability and grasping the authority of the world, yet he could only die of old age step by step. How sorrowful and despairing was this? In this life, after countless schemes, my power has begun to take shape. Now, I just have to wait for the black water deity position to appear. However, before that, it's best if I can improve my water origin source law. A stream of light flew in the void, following the weak and stable connection of the mental demons. Rapidly approaching Baiyin, Qin Feng carefully recalled the rumors about the Langya spirit domain in his previous life, especially the treasures that could improve his comprehension of water origin source law. Many ancient ruins had appeared in the Langya spirit domain. Qin Feng eliminated many of them. Most of them were from the Silver Age, the Middle Age, and the Modern Age. He quickly locked onto one of the details. This detail had nothing to do with the ancient ruins. It was rumored that someone had found the Black Emperor's heavenly jewel in the Langya spirit domain. The Black Emperor's heavenly jewel was an origin source law treasure that was above the Xiantian level. Furthermore, it was an origin source law treasure born from water origin source law. It was rumored that someone was fishing in the river and cut out this treasure from the jade belly. It was coincidentally obtained by an expert. That expert's luck was shallow, and he accidentally leaked the news. Later on, he was silently killed by someone. There was no news about who the Black Emperor's heavenly jewel ended up in. However, it was rumored that it was secretly hidden by a water origin king. Let's try my luck. Hungshan Mountain Range. This was an ancient mountain range. The mountain range was tall and extended like a huge dragon. The dragon's spine protruded, and countless mountain peaks spiraled like the head of a dragon. Under the shroud of clouds, it added a sense of majesty and majesty. There were many blessed lands in the Langya spirit domain. There were many blessed lands in the Hungshan mountain range. Many sects and large families occupied this place. A few years ago, this was the old site of a top-notch second-rate martial Dao sect. That second-rate martial Dao sect had long been submerged in time. However, there were still many people who came here every year to search for treasures. Needless to say, many cultivators found many good things in Emperor Mountain. This was an ancient, abandoned temple of an unknown fiend celestial located deep in the mountains. Many sect disciples in the Hungshan mountain range knew about this place. However, there were few people here, and the spirit chi was not abundant. Very few sect disciples came here. Bai Yin was tied to a stone pillar in the ancient temple. The ruins under her feet had been cleaned up. The ancient runes under her feet had transformed into countless mysterious patterns, forming a very mysterious array. Dongfang Weiming, don't worry. I'm not princess Bai Yu's inheritor. You got the wrong person. Bai Yin raised her head and looked coldly at a red-robed youth. Bai Yin Er's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Yin what you say doesn't count. You know very well whether you're Princess Bai Yu's inheritor or not. It doesn't matter if you deny it. A young man in his 20s stepped out from behind a pillar in the ancient temple. He was wearing a fish-white gauze robe. His face was like jade, and his red hair was like fire. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. This should be a temple dedicated to Bai Emperor in ancient times. You sneaked out of the Bai Emperor's house and even used the cross-domain teleportation through the Xingqian School's Gate of Stars. Your goal should be to find the Bai Emperor's secret treasure here. I have to say that you're very clever. If I hadn't asked Bai Yuer to do something to you, I might not have been able to catch up with you. Dongfang Weiming's lips curled into a playful and evil smile. In a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Bai Yin. Bai Yin's cold eyes were a little flustered. After all, she was a woman. A hint of lust flashed in the corner of his eyes, and one of his hands touched Bai Yin's chest. Today, I want to experience the taste of the #1 beauty in the Northern Spirit region. Although you've been touched by Qin Feng, I don't mind. I promise to give you a different kind of enjoyment. You dare. Bai Yin was furious. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger. Boom! On Bai Yin's wrist, a cold light flashed and shot out. Bang! Dongfang Weiming's face stiffened, and he was frozen on the spot. There's more later. Chapter 1056. At the side, Bai Yuer was dumbfounded. Dongfang Weiming, who had always been astute, had actually suffered a loss. Her gaze fell on Bai Yin's fair and tender wrist. That cold light really came from the crystal-clear blue bracelet on Bai Yin's wrist. That was the frozen boundary ring that Qin Feng had given to Bai Yin. Treasure. A trace of greed flashed across Bai Yuer's eyes. Jealousy, coldness, and murderous intent surrounded her. Boom! The ice exploded, and Dongfang Weiming's figure appeared with an ashen face. After being sealed in ice, he had lost all interest. He raised a palm, wishing that he could kill Bai Yin with one strike. Bai Yin sneered and closed her eyes. To her, this was a release. However, before she died, there was a figure in her heart that she could not get rid of. A faint sense of regret filled her heart. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to Princess Bayou's words and hid it from him. With him around, I might not have ended up like this. Bayer was filled with regret. She did not expect that Dongfang Weiming had not given up and had followed her like a venomous snake. And Bayer, Dongfang Weiming's palm did not fall in the end. Bayer, I won't let you die so easily. You disobeyed me and embarrassed me in front of the Bai family. And Qin Feng, you adulterous couple, I will make you suffer all kinds of torture in this world. Dongfang Weiming's handsome face was ferocious, and his voice sounded like a demon from the depths of hell. Bai Er's face was pale. Chi. Dongfang Weiming's finger drew a line. A drop of blood dripped from Bai Er's wrist and fell into the array beneath her feet. Drops of blood splattered and were absorbed by the array. Traces of red light were emitted from the array. It was full of mysteries. Dongfang Weiming saw this and sneered. Bloodline array. This was an array that could only be activated by one's bloodline and soul power. Those who did not have Bai Emperor's bloodline or Princess Bayou's aura could not activate this array. Bayuer's eyes were burning with desire. Bai Emperor's treasure. It was rumored that the White Emperor had once left behind a shocking opportunity in a treasure trove. If she could obtain this opportunity, she might not necessarily be unable to become a true powerhouse. She didn't know that Dongfang Weiming's eyes were staring at her with incomparable coldness. This stupid woman no longer had any value. As for accepting this woman, it was a joke. If Bai Yan's a woman's treasure, she would be a girl's would be a girl in the future. Moreover, this involved the White Emperor's treasure. The fewer people who knew about it, the less risk there would be. Bai Yan's. A Bai Yan's of his was Bai Yan's eyes. Bai Yuer let out an earth-shattering scream. She looked at Dongfang Weiming with disbelief in her eyes. She could not believe that Dongfang Weiming wanted to kill her. Why, before she could even finish her last word, her figure had silently turned into ashes. Not even her soul was left behind. Drops of blood from her hand kept falling into the array formation. Looking at Bai Er's death, Bai couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness. Bai Er betrayed the Bai family and plotted against her. She deserved to die, but blood was thicker than water. When she first regained her memories, she remembered that her aunt treated her very well until she married an inner disciple of the Greater One sect for the benefit of the family. Clap, clap. Suddenly, crisp applause came from outside the ancient temple. Long time no see, senior brother Dongfang is still so efficient. Who's there? Dongfang Weiming's face changed. He suddenly turned around. A cold laughter came from outside the ancient temple. A black-robed, devilishly charming young man slowly walked into the ancient temple. He had an aquiline nose, and his eyes were sharp. He stood on the ground, as if he had become one with the dark side of the earth. A chill came from the bottom of his heart. It's you. However, when he saw this person suddenly appear, Dongfang Weiming's face turned extremely ugly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Yiming, how could you be here? Dongfang Weiming was in disbelief. Then, he suspected that Bai Yuer had revealed the secret. For a moment, he wanted to turn Bai Yuer into ashes. Since senior brother Dongfang can find this place, so can I. I really didn't expect that Bai Emperor's treasure would be hidden in a small temple in the mountains. The man in black, Yiming, looked around and his eyes were full of smiles. It was as if he saw Bai Emperor's treasure as something in his pocket, especially when his gaze landed on Bai Yan who was on the pillar. There was a trace of understanding. Yiming, don't be too presumptuous. This Bai Emperor's treasure is mine. Don't make a mistake. Dongfang Weiming's eyes were scarlet red, like a fire god that could burn heaven and earth. It gave people the illusion that the sky was about to melt. The power of a peak 13th rank Holy Son of Heaven was released. Yiming sneered. The same cold power of a peak 13th rank Holy Son of Heaven silently swept out from his body. Bang! Their auras collided. Yiming's shoulders shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Pieces of the floor exploded. Dongfang Weiming took a step back. His eyes were ugly. He didn't have the slightest advantage in the clash of auras. One must know that in the Greater One sect, his ranking was far above Yiming. You're hiding your strength. Dongfang Weiming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Auras didn't carry battle strength. If it was a life and death battle, Dongfang Weiming was confident that he could kill this person. At most, he would have to pay a price. Senior brother Dongfang, are you sure you want to fight to the death with me? Yiming pointed into the main hall. At this moment, countless red lights filled the ancient temple. Vaguely, a huge world appeared in front of the two of them from the statue in the center of the ancient temple. The door to buy Emperor's treasure had been opened. Dongfang Weiming's face was gloomy. It was too late to kill Yiming now. If there was a big commotion, it would attract the experts of the Jixian sect. At that time, all their efforts would be in vain. Yiming sneered. He didn't show up earlier or later. He had already calculated the time. Dongfang Weiming, I can't let you enjoy such a great opportunity alone. His heart was gloomy and excited. Yiming's expression didn't change as he looked at Bai Yin. Senior brother Dongfang, we're from the same sect. But this girl, she's already useless. She's a withered flower. Her death is not to be regretted. Dongfang Weiming's face was gloomy and cold. He had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He couldn't care less about keeping Bai Yin alive to humiliate Qin Feng. A terrifying crimson divine flame was thrown out from his palm and fell towards Bai Yin. Bai Yin-er's face was pale, and she closed her eyes. She could feel that her body and soul were about to melt in the next moment. Dongfang Weiming and Yiming looked on coldly. So what if she was the #1 beauty in the northern spirit region? Under the flames, she was still a pile of bones. The only pity was that they didn't have the chance to play with her. Bai Yin was the #1 beauty in the northern spirit region. Compared to other women, she should be different. The two of them looked at each other and found the same pity in each other's eyes. Cruel. Seeing that Bai Yin was about to die under the flames, a furious voice sounded from Bai Yin-er's wrist. How dare you? Chapter 1057. Hearing this voice, Bai Yin-er, who had closed her eyes in despair, couldn't help but open them. Her eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Qin Feng, Dongfang Weiming, and Yiming's faces changed. A black light flashed and flew out from Bai Yin-er's wrist. After hurrying on his way and using the Heart Demon escape art, he finally arrived in time. Water, curtain, sky, flower. A pitch-black water light flew out like a lotus. The fireball hit. With a bang, it turned into a huge water curtain that protected Bai Yin-er on the stone pillar. Thousand Leaves Water, God Black Lotus. A black light flashed, and a black-clothed figure silently walked out from the water. He glanced at Bai Yin-er. Then, with a sweep of his sleeve, an invisible wind shattered the formation trapping Bai Yin-er. Husband. Bai Yin-er's figure landed, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, not daring to look at Qin Feng. Wife, that is your opportunity. Go. These two idiots dare to have ideas about you. I will make them pay the price. Qin Feng glanced at the huge world in the center of the hall. By Emperor's treasure. In his previous life, it should have been his second brother-in-law, by Qing Yu, who would have thought that there would be a change. Husband. Bai Yin-er raised her beautiful eyes. A trace of red flashed across her smooth white face, and her eyes were filled with intoxicating gentleness. Qin Feng, don't be too arrogant. Dongfang Weiming and Yiming's faces were gloomy. Qin Feng actually regarded them as nothing. Qin Feng, do you really think you can withstand the two of us joining hands? We are both Greater One sect's true disciples. Our strength is not something you can imagine. But since we were able to find this place, we must have fate with the treasures here. By Emperor's treasure, how about the three of us divided equally? Dongfang Weiming raised his gaze, looking at Qin Feng with a serious expression. Nothing. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. You bullied my woman and still dare to divide the treasure equally with me. You two are simply courting death. Courting death. Dongfang Weiming and Yiming seemed to have a tacit understanding, instantly making their move. Two huge heavenly caves appeared on their bodies. Both were peak large-scale worlds. Qi images exceeding the 14th order rushed out from their bodies. Extreme Yang Law, Divine Flame. Death Law, Judgment of Death. Two divine lights, red and black, two divine lights shot toward Qinfeng. Heaven Law, Life Absorption. Blue, blue, blue worlds, divine, chaos, worlds, chaos, divine, worlds, chaos, divine, worlds, chaos, origin, chaos, divine, divine realms, chaos, appear. The faint blue light swept out like a torrent. The laws of sun and death dissolved into nothingness, and the enormous faint blue divine light swept towards the two Tai true disciples who had no time to dodge. No! Their eyes widened, filled with fear. In an instant, their lifespan was exhausted, and they turned into two streaks of ash. Two 13th Order Heavenly Heavens disciples, to the current Qinfeng, were simply too weak. They did not even have the qualifications to make Qinfeng take them seriously. Bai Yin'er stared blankly at this scene. Suddenly, Qinfeng's expression changed. Screech! A crisp and tyrannical phoenix cry rang out from the void, and a small flame appeared where Dongfang Weiming had fallen. The scarlet flame ignited on its own and expanded in an instant. The red light filled the sky, turning into a huge, fiery, red divine phoenix. Qinfeng, this is all thanks to you. If not for you, I would not have been able to completely awaken my phoenix bloodline and break through to the Supreme Being realm. In order to thank you, I grant you death. The enormous power of the 14th Order formed a huge whirlpool in the void, and the countless Yuan Qi within a radius of 10,000 miles was pulled and devoured by the fiery red divine phoenix. The eyes of the fiery red divine phoenix that Dongfang Weiming had transformed into were filled with joy. At this moment, in the Hengshan mountain range, countless experts looked at the sky in shock, at the huge divine phoenix soaring in the clouds. That was a phoenix among the fire attribute true spirits, the famous fire phoenix. He broke through to the 14th Order Supreme Being realm. Bai Yin'er's face was pale, and her eyes were lifeless. He actually has the bloodline of a fire attribute true spirit? Qinfeng muttered to himself, seeing Dongfang Weiming complacent and arrogant, as if he was sure to eat him up. He could not help but sneer. Just a mere 14th Order. You dare to speak such arrogant words to me. Qinfeng chuckled coldly. In the next moment, the enormous power of the 15th Order was undisguised. The enormous divine spirit's majesty was like thunder in the sky, suppressing all living things. As if unable to withstand the divine spirit's majesty, the void within 1,000 miles cracked and shattered like glass. Screech! The fiery red divine phoenix that was soaring proudly in the sky paused for a moment. It was as if in the next moment, countless flaming feathers flew out and exploded. Its fiery red eyes were filled with fear as it looked at Qinfeng. Divine spirit? Almost screaming, the fiery red light flew crazily into the sky like a rainbow. This scene shocked many experts in the mountain range, and they could not make heads or tails of it. The fire phoenix was a top-grade, true spirit. Once awakened, it would have the power of a 14th Order Supreme Being. Who could scare this phoenix to the point of fleeing for its life? Want to run? It's too late. Sneering coldly, a ball of light blue divine light surged from Qinfeng's body like a tide. Heaven-rank laws of nature, life absorption. The surging blue light was instantly thrown out like a comet, hitting the fiery red divine phoenix that was fleeing with a rainbow behind it. It was visible to the naked eye. The fiery red divine phoenix's feathers dimmed and decayed. Like flames, the feathers broke into pieces and flew away as its body aged at a frightening speed. it turned into ashes. Screech. An earth-shattering phoenix cry sounded again, and fiery red flames appeared in the sky. A fiery red, divine phoenix phantom appeared, materializing and being born again. Crimson red light filled the sky. Qin Feng, it's useless. You can't kill me. Dongfang Weiming roared into the sky, and the phoenix cry filled the 9 heavens, filled with dominance and majesty. He felt that after the nirvana, his strength had increased greatly, and his fire phoenix bloodline had become purer and more advanced. This time he did not flee. Instead, he turned into a shocking fiery red light and charged toward Qin Feng. It can still undergo nirvana, and after one nirvana, its control of fire elemental laws of nature has become stronger and stronger. It's already close to the third step supreme being. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. The fire phoenix was very scary in this aspect. Every time it underwent nirvana, it would become stronger. Most fire phoenixes needed time to undergo nirvana. It was unknown what bloodline Dongfang Weiming had, but he was revived in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Dongfang Weiming did not run this time, and instead charged over, Qin Feng's face turned cold. Do you really think I can't kill you? Heaven rank laws, life extraction. Bang! The fiery red divine phoenix was extinguished once again, but it was reborn for nirvana at a rapid speed. It charged over crazily. Heaven rank laws, 3,000 great worlds. Qin Feng's expression did not change. An invisible stream of light rushed out and collided with the fiery red divine phoenix. It was like an endless maze, temporarily trapping the divine phoenix. The fire phoenix's body surged with flames that could burn the heavens. Layers of fire clouds melted the void in front of it. However, after this void was melted, countless layers of void appeared behind it, surrounding it. The fire phoenix's ferocious aura surged. Layers of fire energy illuminated the invisible stream of light like a cloud of fire, but it could not rush out of this stream of light. Qin Feng calmly sat cross-legged on a huge rock. This time, he wanted to completely refine the connate water inextinguishable spirit light. He wanted to completely advance his water origin law to the heavenly realm. Once his water origin law was fully advanced to the heavenly realm, with the support of the world of chaos's world of gods, the power of life extraction would be strengthened to the middle heavenly realm at the very least. Under this attack, even the fire phoenix's soul would be completely sucked dry. Without a soul, no matter how the fire phoenix was reborn, it would be useless. There's more later. Chapter 1058. Rumble. In the ancient temple, red light filled the sky as the huge world within the statue gradually materialized. Baiena looked at the huge world and bit her lips. She then glanced at the black-clothed young man who was sitting cross-legged on the huge rock. Gritting her teeth, she walked lightly and arrived in front of Qin Feng. She looked vigilantly at the fire phoenix and the fiery red flowing light in the sky. Qin Feng naturally sensed Baien's actions. At this moment, he was controlling the chaos origin divine power to transform it into a water-type divine power. It was like a river that was refining and melting the 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus. If it was any other time, Qin Feng would not have made such a decision so hastily. Refining a connate, inextinguishable divine light was an extremely huge project. It required a lot of time and effort. At this time, the appearance of the White Emperor's treasure would cause such a huge commotion. It wouldn't be long before the experts of the Langya Spirit Zone would come. However, the 1,000 leaves water god Black Lotus had been severely injured by the woman in the dragon's nest, which gave Qin Feng an opportunity. Most importantly, Qin Feng had obtained a unique sacrificial refining method from the countless shaman Dao and sacrificial Dao that Duan Shaolu had passed to him. It was a secret technique created by an ancient saint during the primordial era of sacrificial rites. This secret technique was called the Burning Spirit Art. It was an extremely rare method of using providence. Providence was mysterious and unpredictable. Basically, only demon gods could see it or use it. As long as an existence at the level of an overgod could comprehend the true essence of providence, they could guide it and strengthen themselves. That ancient sage was also a world-shaking existence. He had actually created and comprehended a way to utilize the power of fortune. It was because of the existence of the burning spirit art that the ancient saint rose to prominence. Although he was ordinary, he had far surpassed some of the children of providence. According to the description of the burning spirit art, providence was like a river that flowed forward. It was not constant. The amount of providence that a martial expert could store at each stage was limited. That was to say, every expert's providence would suddenly increase or decrease. When one's strength soared, even if one was sitting at home, it was possible to obtain all kinds of opportunities, epiphanies, or all kinds of precious treasures from home. When one's luck was low, things would not go smoothly. Or worse, one would encounter a powerful enemy, and their luck would be shaved away. However, according to the research of that ancient sage, luck wasn't the only thing that mattered. Every time a fortuitous encounter descended upon him, it would depend on whether he was able to grasp it. If he couldn't grasp it, his luck would gradually fall to the bottom. If one encountered a mortal enemy when one's luck was at its lowest point, it would be very easy for one to never recover from the setback. Of course, even when one's luck was at its peak, one would still miss out on opportunities due to various choices. This was a waste of luck. All in all, these were the views of the theory of providence attached to the burning spirit arts. This was also the ancient sages' understanding of providence. The burning spirit art was created based on this. When one's karmic luck was at its peak, it could quickly burn one's karmic luck to avoid wasting it. It could turn that karmic luck into cultivation speed. It could also be used to refine various supreme treasures to speed up the refinement process. However, this secret technique also had a taboo. If one's karmic luck was too weak, once one used the secret technique, there might be benefits at the time, but after that, there would be a calamity of death. Of course, Qin Feng knew the consequences of a weak karmic luck. Back when Qin Feng had just been reborn, his karmic luck was at its lowest point. In a short period of time, he had almost died. He had been hunted down and suppressed countless times by the Qin family. He had even encountered powerful enemies who wanted to kill him. However, karmic luck isn't constant. Sometimes, it's right to conquer the heavens. As long as one can overcome the misfortune brought by karmic luck, they can also become stronger and stronger. They can even turn their losses into profits and become the son of great karmic luck. Qin Feng smiled faintly in his heart. Looking at his growth, wasn't this the case? Especially the most crucial step, usurping the opportunity of the Black Tortoise Prime's rise, the Black Tortoise Divine Pill. Right now, I have a portion of the Khanate Primordial Water's karmic luck. I also have the Dragon Race's Ancestral Dragon's karmic luck, the Fiendish Tao's karmic luck, the Primordial Star Lord's karmic luck, and many other karmic luck. When I use the Burning Spirit Art, I don't have to fear the backlash of karmic luck. As he thought to himself, Qin Feng's hand seals changed. There seemed to be surging karmic luck gathering around him, turning into an invisible and colorless fire of karmic luck. As it changed, it entered the chaos divine force in his body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the stubborn thousand-leaf water god Black Lotus melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo-woo. The thousand-leaf water god Black Lotus was extremely intelligent. It instinctively resisted violently, emitting a shocking black light as it tried to escape from Qin Feng's body. Khanate cardinal treasures also had their own intelligence. Their primordial spirits were close to Tao. Once they took form, it was easier for them to become gods than some martial Tao experts. Most Khanate cardinal treasures only had one purpose for recognizing an owner. That was to borrow the strength of a martial Tao expert to cultivate both man and weapon. Through this, one could comprehend the changes in the universe, give birth to an primordial spirit, and finally prove one's Tao with a weapon. The thousand-leaf water god Black Lotus was unlucky to have met Qin Feng. He didn't get any benefits. Instead, he was killed by Qin Feng after he had outlived his usefulness. The thousand-leaf water god Black Lotus's intelligence and appearance were completely melted in the blink of an eye. A visible water type, connate inextinguishable divine light appeared. A rich water type, origin law appeared. Qin Feng, who had already reached the peak of the water type origin law, felt as if thunder had struck his mind. The water type origin law that he couldn't comprehend in the past seemed to have opened a door to him. Countless water type origin law mysteries appeared in his mind. Although he couldn't comprehend most of them, and they settled in his mind, Qin Feng's body emitted an extremely mysterious light of origin law. In his body, the 33 water-type origin divine cores that had reached their peak absorbed the connate inextinguishable divine light like a whale sucking in water. Without a sound, the 33 water-type origin divine cores disappeared. Like a hazy ball of light, it was like a huge sun in Qin Feng's sea of consciousness. Now that my God core has turned into a divine sun, the next step is to fuse with my God seat and ignite my godly flame. Then, I'll form the Godhead that only true gods have. Right now, my strength is equivalent to a lesser celestial who had just entered the celestial cultivation level. However, I haven't refined this connate, inextinguishable divine light yet. If I can fully refine it, I might be able to push my water-type origin law to a middle celestial level. He opened his eyes suddenly. Bam! With a loud bang, a fiery red phoenix broke through the endless labyrinth. Qin Feng, I'll kill you. Dongfang Weiming was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. That endless labyrinth had caused his anger to reach its peak. Boom! The crimson-red flames incinerated the three worlds. The countless mountains and rocks around the Emperor's ancient temple were instantly turned into a glassy white ground. The temperature within a few thousand li radius increased by a few times. There's more to come. Chapter 1059. Heavenly Law, Life Extraction. Heavenly Law, Black Water Devouring. Qin Feng opened his eyes and pointed his finger. Two blurry beams of light struck the fiery red, divine phoenix like comets. Qin Feng, it's useless. You can't kill me with my fire elemental divine phoenix bloodline. Dongfang Weiming's fiery phoenix body roared into the sky. His phoenix body was withering at a visible rate. His fiery red divine feathers lost their luster and silently turned into ashes. Amidst the ashes, his soul transformed into a smaller phoenix. A wisp of flame ignited deep within his soul, gathering boundless yuan qi and beginning his rebirth. Flesh and blood were born from the yuan qi. Boom! At this moment, a black comet struck the fiery phoenix's soul form. Screech! The fiery red phoenix could not help but let out a shrill cry. My soul, why is this happening? The fiery red phoenix's soul seemed to have been poisoned. It turned completely black as the terrifying toxins began to melt his soul. Inch by inch, the black phoenix erupted with intense divine fire. It was a type of connate divine fire, the connate nirvana fire that all fire phoenixes had. However, even a nirvana fire could not expel the terrifying poison. Amidst the shrill cries, the fiery phoenix's soul turned into black water droplets. The flames on its body became smaller and smaller. Qin Feng, what have you done? Dongfang Weiming's voice was filled with panic. Qin Feng sneered. This was the second type of water heavenly law that was born after the water origin law advanced to the heavenly stratum. This heavenly law was formed from a Hotion-level water elemental law, the dark water elemental law. The black water poison was a combination of water and poison laws. It was the black water mystical snake's intrinsic law. This heavenly law was extremely poisonous. Qin Feng watched coldly as Dongfang Weiming was poisoned to death. Even his soul was poisoned to death. Qin Feng, spare me, spare my life. I promise I won't cause you any trouble in the future. I'm willing to compensate you with all my wealth. Dongfang Weiming wailed. Seeing that there was no response, he immediately put on a strong front. Qin Feng, I am a true disciple of the Greater One sect, and also the legitimate son of the Fire Marsh Divine Region's Dongfang clan. If you kill me, not only will you be hunted down by the two great powers, even the Xingqian school will have to pay a heavy price. Qin Feng, why must both of us suffer? Dongfang Weiming, don't think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? You're just a true disciple. Do you really think that the Greater One sect will fight to the death with me, a 15th level deity, for a true disciple like you? Qin Feng sneered. Furthermore, do you think I would be afraid of the Supreme Sect and the Dongfang family? Even some of the ancient first-rate sects would have to give way to a rank 15 god. If such an existence were to recklessly retaliate, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Although the Supreme Sect and the Fire Marsh Divine Region's Dongfang family were powerful, before they had absolute confidence, they would not easily provoke an existence of the 15th step. Dongfang Weiming was in despair. The screams were getting weaker and weaker. The black water poison had poisoned him to death. Bayena looked at this scene in shock. The fire attribute innate true spirit. The legendary fire phoenix that was known as an undying true spirit was actually poisoned to death. Rumble. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the top of the ancient temple. A dense red light soared into the sky, illuminating the surrounding 10,000 miles. A treasure has appeared. The direction of the Bai Emperor's ancient temple. In the Hengshan mountain range, almost all the experts were madly rushing towards the Bai Emperor's ancient temple. A huge treasure light gushed out from the door of the divine temple. The tyrannical treasure light fluctuated. With just a glance, Qin Feng knew that there must be a precious treasure inside. Yenner, go in. Qin Feng looked at Bai Yenner. After a slight hesitation, Bai Yenner said, Husband, why don't we go in together? You don't have to worry about me. I will help you guard this door and block all the people who come. You have to quickly reclaim this huge Bai Emperor's world. This is your opportunity. If you don't take it and miss it, I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. Qin Feng shook his head. Bai Yenner's eyes were watery, and her cheeks were flushed. It was obvious that she was extremely moved. She suddenly leaned forward and kissed Qin Feng gently on the cheek. With a flash, a white light suddenly disappeared into the Bai Emperor's world. Qin Feng touched his cheek and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, there was something he didn't say. This primordial Bai Emperor was a famous bloodline believer. If one wasn't a direct descendant of his bloodline, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from his ruins. The primordial ruins were not a good place, especially when he had just burned a part of his luck to refine a connate, inextinguishable divine light. Now that his destiny had declined, if he rashly went in, there was a high chance he would suffer misfortune. Rather than that, he might as well let Bai Yenner go in. Not only would there be no danger, but if Bai Yenner were to obtain any benefits, he would be able to get a share less. Bang! Void sonic boom. Streaks of figures cut through the void and appeared on the side of the mountain, causing intense explosions that resounded through the sea of clouds. There was no lack of 11th level Earth Saints or 12th level World King powerhouses. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. The aura of a 15th level martial artist surged out from his body. Without a sound, a supreme aura spread out in all directions. Invisible fluctuations spread out for thousands of miles. This is, all the figures within 1,000 miles suddenly stiffened. Their complexions changed as they looked towards the direction of the Bai Emperor's ancient temple. Many people shivered. Beneath this aura, there were nothing more than tiny ants. This majesty that came from the depths of the ancient temple left them without the least bit of courage to resist. It was as if this majesty surpassed the heavens and earth. All they could do was fall into silence, unable to move as they nervously awaited the judgment of fate. A divine spirit. This is a divine might. Within the Emperor's ancient temple, there is a divine spirit that surpasses the 15th level. All of the faces were aghast, filled with fear and horror. Many of them were masters of sects within the horizontal mountain range. Some of them were even sect masters or highest elders. They were lofty existences that were revered by all. But in front of a 15th level divine spirit, they were nothing more than ants. If this divine spirit had any ill intentions, then, with a single thought, all of them would die without a grave. For a time, the many powerhouses that rushed over were like ants on a hot pan, their complexions deathly pale. Scram! An icy cold voice spread out from the depths of the void. The power of the 5 elements swept out from the void. The frozen figures in the void were sent flying away like cannonballs. Puff puff. Blood rained down. Many powerhouses were aghast. They looked towards the direction of the Emperor's ancient temple with horror and dismay. Even from such a great distance, a single sound was able to severely wound all of them. Just how terrifying was this? The group of people could not care less about their injuries. Each of them used their ultimate escape techniques and left quickly, fearing that the divine spirit would change its mind. Watching these people leave, Qin Feng, who was on the peak of the mountain, blinked his eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng's brows suddenly furrowed. A powerful and unusual aura suddenly appeared from the depths of the horizontal mountain range. Then, that aura flew towards the Emperor's ancient temple. That aura was far more powerful than that of Dongfeng Weiming, who had died at the hands of Qin Feng. The owner of this aura was obviously attracted by the strange phenomenon in the Emperor's ancient temple. Chapter 1060. Rank 14 powerhouses were not limited to the martial Dao, the shaman Dao, the Fei Dao, the Dao of sacrifice. No matter which one it was, they all had to temper their divine core. The divine core contained a deep divinity. However, the divine core could only be slowly tempered by comprehending the laws or using a higher-level law object. At that time, the rank 15 divine core would become a pure divinity sun. That was the embryonic form of a divine core. The massive aura that was rapidly approaching was a peak rank 14 powerhouse. His entire body was covered in rich divine realm law fluctuations, and his divinity was almost born. Boom! Above Emperor's ancient temple, dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain fell. Crackle! Crackle! Bean-sized raindrops fell. Each raindrop was like a world, carrying an immeasurable weight. However, the strange thing was that when the raindrops fell, they instantly became as light as a feather. What a terrifying water supremacy, lifting something heavy as if it were light. An ordinary raindrop is actually heavier than a lake of water. This is unbelievable. It's holy water temple's Empyrean divine rain. Run! Many powerhouses who could not escape in time were shocked. They desperately dodged. When the raindrops fell in front of them, their bones cracked and they screamed as they fell. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a boulder. He was expressionless as his black hair danced in the wind. He was not unfamiliar with the holy water temple. This was one of the 800 unorthodox sections. The sect's headquarters was in the Hengshan mountain range. Empyrean Divine Rain was a peerless figure who had been sleeping in this unorthodox sect for the last epoch. A stream of light flashed. A godlike figure walked out of the rain. He was covered in a faint blue divine light. He stood in the air, his divine might awe-inspiring. His eyes were cold, like an emotionless god. They landed on Qin Feng, who was in front of the ancient temple. "You!" Qin Feng's indifferent voice interrupted him. "Submit or die." This godlike figure's eyes instantly turned cold. Arrogant, like an enraged god, the entire rainy sky shook violently, forming a shocking rain tornado that swept towards Qin Feng. Water god law, vortex strangulation. Within the rain tornado, Every drop of rain had different gravity, and their weight was like a spiral. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void was torn apart by the rain tornado. The entire void shattered like a mirror. Space fragments flew out, smashing into the surrounding mountain ranges. Countless earth veins caved in and sunk. This was abnormally terrifying. At this time, Qin Feng's aura was also at the early rank 14. But in an instant, he broke through to the next. Rank 15 Water Empyrean, rank with the support of heaven and earth laws, his body's aura. Empyrean. Countless Empyrean of Empyrean. Upon encountering this peculiar water heaven rank law, the huge rainwater tornado seemed to have met its nemesis. Inch by inch, its power seemed to be sucked away, turning into ordinary rainwater. Empyrean, divine, Empyrean of him. Empyrean divine, it was a young man whose face was cold and indifferent, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. Of him. His. Of his. His. Rich laws revolved around him. His rich strength didn't dissipate at all. Qin Feng's life absorption Empyrean laws could only absorb one's lifespan and soul. He hadn't reached the degree where he could freely absorb laws. A mass of pale blue light formed from pure life appeared in front of Qin Feng. I will give you one more chance. Submit or die. A cold voice sounded out from Qin Feng's mouth. Empyrean divine Rain's complexion was ugly to behold. At this time, he could feel that he only had a year left of his lifespan. This was clearly Qin Feng deliberately showing mercy. Otherwise, his lifespan would have been exhausted in an instant, his soul collapsing, and he would have died. A rank 15 water god, my defeat was not undeserved. Empyrean divine Rain's old face calmed down. There was no anger, sorrow, or any other emotion that one would feel when facing death. Truly worthy of being an old antique that survived from the last era. What an amazing state of mind. Qin Feng praised inwardly. Empyrean divine Rain said, "How about it? I also cherish talent. You are a rare genius. In the last era, there was only a single divine throne. For you to be able to cultivate to the peak of the rank 14, you are also an extreme character. You should also be aware of my status. I am a rank 15 water god. As a rank 15 water god, I naturally have the responsibility to converge the destiny of the water god. In the struggle of the great Tao, there is no choice but to fight. If you dare to say no, I will no longer show mercy." Empyrean divine Rain's old eyes flashed with bitterness. He could feel the determination in Qin Feng's words. As a rank 14 existence, he had a certain understanding of the cultivation path of a rank 15 powerhouse. After a cultivator reached rank 15, besides fusing with a divine throne and becoming a deity, there was only a single path for them to continue becoming stronger. That was to converge their destiny. As a rank 15 water god, he naturally had to gather the destiny of the water god lineage. The most direct method was to find another water god, to cultivate in and forcefully suppress them or kill them. Of course, there was also the option of establishing a sect or a clan that spread out the destiny of the water god lineage. This was also possible, but it wasn't as direct as directly killing them. Thus, within the Spirit Sea continent, most rank 14 and rank 15 supreme deities wouldn't meet in pairs. Once they did, there was a chance they would fight to the death. Hiding was also useless. Once one's heart was satisfied, their destiny would fall and they would never be able to obtain a divine throne. At this boundary, one could only advance, not retreat. Divine Rain greets the God King. Empyrean Divine Rain had a bitter expression as he bowed. Qin Feng revealed a faint smile. At this time, Divine Rain released his divine soul. Qin Feng pointed a finger, and his divine power mark turned into a beam of light that sank into the depths of Empyrean Divine Rain. It turned into an extremely complex diagram. It was a vivid and lifelike image of a blue dragon. Dragon race? Empyrean divine rain was stunned. That's right, I am the water source dragon ancestor. Qin Feng exuded a unique aura that belonged to the dragon ancestor. This aura was supreme and lofty, even richer than the dignity of a deity. It's actually the ancestor dragon that was born several years ago. Empyrean divine rain sucked in a breath of cold air. The ancestor dragon was a king ordained by the heavens. If that's the case, then it's not a loss at all. Although my destiny will always be suppressed by it, with its protection, my chances of becoming a deity in the future might be much higher. Empyrean divine rain had a complex expression. The only thing he wasn't used to was that from today onwards, he would be Qin Feng's subordinate. His freedom and even his life would be in the hands of this black-clothed youth. Even if he became a deity in the future, he could only be a subordinate deity of this deity faction. Qin Feng pointed a finger. The light blue sphere of light that contained all of divine rain's life essence sank into his body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, divine rain's lifespan began to restore itself. Divine rain didn't seem to notice this at all. After a brief moment, he suddenly said, "God King, I know where in this mountain range there is another water source deity. There's more to come." Chapter 1061. Speaking of which, he is an old acquaintance of mine. Empyrean Rain God asked. Oh, Qin Feng looked up, a bit surprised as he looked at the Rain God. Empyrean Rain God didn't seem ashamed at all. Even if a fellow Taoist died, he wouldn't die. In any case, the two of them were at odds with each other in the past and often fought in the dark. Now that he had fallen into Qin Feng's hands, there was no reason to let him go. Qin Feng nodded. The more water-type supreme beings he had under him, the stronger the water destiny he would gather. The chances of obtaining the favor of a water-type deity throne would also be higher. The more he had, the better. Go and lure him here. The Rain God bowed. God King, that person is abnormally greedy. With my Emperor's treasures appearing here, I fear he has already arrived. It's just that he has a deity throne and has some special abilities. The average person won't be able to discover him. Qin Feng's eyes stirred. As he swept out with his divine sense, his eyes turned cold. I was too careless. I didn't even notice a big fish in front of me. There was a great river at the base of this mountain. It was called the Horizontal Mountain River. This great river was one of the branches of a massive water system in the Langya spiritual realm. Bang! Qin Feng stretched out a hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire sky turned into an endless void of darkness. At the base of Horizontal Mountain, the living beings in the small towns looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. A giant hand that blotted out the skies reached out from the deepest part of the mountain peak. This incomparably massive hand had palm lines that were incomparably clear. They crisscrossed like deep ravines. As this palm reached out, it seemed as if it could grab the entire world. The endless majesty of a divine spirit seemed to surpass the limits of the world. Bang! The great river violently surged, the water rising high. Rain God, I'll F***CK your entire family. Within the great river, an angry voice cursed out loud. This voice was filled with endless anger and fear. River God, you should stop worrying. You won't be able to escape. Within the sea of clouds, the Rain God coldly chuckled, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. So it was a water-type spirit that cultivated into a river god. You are compatible with the divine realm. No wonder you were able to avoid me. The giant hand reached out. A figure was involuntarily torn from the river. As he struggled, the giant hand, he was grabbed, he was instantly pulled. It was an extremely gentle blue light. The rich and familiar law undulations, the blue halo of light, was like a blue sun. A dense divine might was displayed. Rumble. Laws violently collided, like thunder erupting from the fingers. However, the giant palm remained as steady as Mount Tai. The river god's face was filled with astonishment as he sensed that his river god domain didn't even exist in the face of the five fingers. He couldn't unleash any power at all. He couldn't move. Submit or die. A cold voice came from the void. This god is willing to submit to your eminence. He Shun gritted his teeth. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Qin Feng had dealt with the rain god. He didn't hate Qin Feng. The rain deity was the most despicable person. If it wasn't for the rain deity, he would have successfully slipped out just now. Release your divine soul. Qin Feng saw a bit of divine power turn into a brand, successfully establishing a subordinate relationship. Qin Feng released River God. The vast divine light receded slightly, revealing the river god's true body. He was a handsome young man with an elegant demeanor. His light blue hair was bound by a crown and fell to his waist like a waterfall. His hands were long enough to reach his knees. He glared at the rain deity with a pair of slender eyes. The rain deity was unperturbed, as if he didn't see the river god's furious expression at all. The river god's fury soared, and he suddenly roared, "Divine King, I want to fight the rain deity to the death." Qin Feng frowned. "Divine King, since the river god wants to pick a fight, I, the rain deity, am not afraid of him." The rain deity sneered. "Stop." Qin Feng harumphed coldly. "Are the two of you looking for a fight? Why don't the two of you fight me? Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, you can choose." The river god and rain deity's expressions changed, and they fell silent. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 14th and 15th ranks, the difference was like heaven and earth. Unless one was a freakish 14th rank existence, there was no way one could contend against a 15th rank deity. "Not going to fight anymore?" Qin Feng chuckled coldly. "Divine King, it's just a small conflict between the two of us. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." He glanced at the rain deity, his eyes filled with malice. "Humph." The rain deity harumphed coldly and said no more. After suppressing the two 14th rank water elemental deities, Qin Feng could clearly feel that the luck he had expended using the burning spirit technique had been replenished, and there was even some left. "My comprehension of water elemental celestial laws has increased by another notch. After a normal 14th rank deity's god core is refined into a divine sun, they can be considered to have officially entered the 15th rank. However, there are still differences in strength between celestial deities. Lesser celestial, middle celestial, greater celestial. Lesser celestial deities have just entered the celestial realm. Middle celestial deities have to grasp at least 6 types of celestial laws, and only greater celestial deities have the right to be called kings. That purple-robed deity should be a middle celestial deity, but his strength has yet to recover, so he can only wield the strength of a lesser celestial. That's why he was heavily injured by me. That queen in the dragon's nest must be a greater celestial deity, but her strength has yet to recover, so she can only wield the strength of a middle celestial deity. In the ancient records, only the most powerful deities can truly fight against the demonic deities. My strength can be considered to have just entered the celestial realm, and I've only grasped 4 types of celestial laws. The first is the space celestial law, the 3,000 greater worlds. The second is the demonic celestial law, the reincarnation of all living beings, and the other 2 are life drain and blackwater devour. They're all water elemental celestial laws. Actually, to be honest, I've only grasped 2 types of celestial laws. The demonic celestial law and space celestial law are both pseudo-celestial laws that are born from the support of the Saint Emperor's world of chaos. However, no matter what, the path of cultivation in the future is already clear, and it's to do my best to seize even more karmic luck. No matter if it's the laws of Devil Tao, water quintessence laws, or spatial laws, the greatest resource to improve is still karmic luck. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his head. "Deity King, people from the Lin family are here." Just then, the rain deity's dazed voice rang out. "And evil gods," deity mumbled. The skies changed color. More than double digits of level 14 auras appeared in the skies like a tornado. Rumble. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The two deities felt their throats go dry. Even with their strength, looking at the dozens of terrifying auras in the skies, they could not help but be stunned. They looked at Qin Feng, who was on the green rock, uneasily. These evil gods, and even supremes, were all here for the Emperor's ancient temple. And the two deities suspected that there were more than level 15 existences among them. There's more later. Chapter 1062. Qin Feng glanced at the two gods. Among the 14th level experts, these two fellows could only be considered above average. They weren't at the peak. If they joined forces, they could at most deal with 4 existences of the same level. If there were more than 6 of them, they could only run. There were more than a dozen 14th level existences in front of them. Perhaps all the 14th level supremes in the entire Langya spiritual domain would be alarmed and rush over. Deity King, what should we do? Why don't we enter the Emperor world first? The rain deity and river deity looked at the world portal in the Emperor ancient temple with fervent gazes. The two gods had long noticed the white emperor world that had been left behind. Sure, Qin Feng's words made the two gods overjoyed. However, the next sentence was like a bucket of cold water splashed on their heads. Only the dead can enter. If either of you wants to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feng's cold voice was like the cold wind. The two gods shivered. They immediately shut their mouths. Rumble. In the void, more than a dozen divine lights fell from the sky. Powerful auras shook the void. Vaguely, more than a dozen supreme auras appeared in the void. Another 3 14th level water elemental experts have appeared. Although we can't enter the Emperor world, these people are a good addition. Why don't we create an ancient ruin phenomenon in the future to catch big fish? Qin Feng thought to himself. He felt that this was a good idea. Qin Feng signaled with his eyes. The rain deity and river deity looked at each other. After a while, the rain deity stepped forward. Stop. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 miles of the Emperor ancient temple. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came out from his mouth. The rain deity's face was stiff and forced. The void was silent. Among the dozen figures that were faintly emitting supreme auras, many of them looked at the rain deity in disbelief. Heavenly Lord Rain Deity, are you crazy? You dare to speak to me with such a tone? A supreme being emitting a jade-like yellow radiance had a gloomy expression. Qin Feng gazed at the supreme being who was emitting a dense earth attribute aura. This person was very strong, and there was a kind of power of the earth circulating around him. He could vaguely draw upon the power of the earth within a radius of 10,000 li. With a single glance, Qin Feng knew that this person was much stronger than the rain god and river god combined. Godly King, this is the Lin clan's heavenly sovereign stone sage. He is a genius and a supreme being born in this epoch. It is said that he has obtained a 5th grade deity position. He is very difficult to deal with. He transmitted his voice in a low voice. The Lin family. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The Lin family of the Langya spirit domain was also one of the ancient families. In the Langya spirit region, their status was similar to the Bai family, Wu family, and Yin family in the northern spirit region. What was different here was that there was only one primeval family in the Langya spirit domain, and that was the Lin family. It was rumored that the Lin family was related to the water swamp divine region's Lin family. It was rumored that the Lin family of the Langya spirit region was a branch of the Lin family of the water swamp divine region. After being reprimanded by Empyrean Stone Saint, Empyrean Divine, Rain couldn't help but lack confidence. He instinctively wanted to retreat. This depended on his background. He was born in a second-rate side sect, the Divine Water Palace, while Empyrean Stone Saint was born in a first-rate primeval family, the Lin family. As a side sect, he was often oppressed by first-rate sects and could not straighten his back. Moreover, the two of them had fought before, and he, Empyrean Divine Rain, had lost miserably. He was almost traumatized. Now that he was reprimanded by Empyrean Stone Saint, he immediately went soft. However, just as he was about to retreat, he met Qin Feng's extremely cold eyes. For a moment, his heart turned cold, and he could only withdraw his intention of retreating. He straightened his neck and pointed at Empyrean Stone Saint as he cursed. Empyrean Stone Saint, you little brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture this god? In terms of age, this god is old enough to be your ancestor. How dare you be so rude to your ancestor? How preposterous. Stone Saint, it seems like your words are useless. An evil god on the side sneered. Empyrean Stone Saint's face was gloomy, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. The silent yellow light crushed the void around him layer by layer, and many evil gods retreated. Good, Rain God, you are indeed bold. Today, I will cut open your guts and see how bold you are. Empyrean Stone Saint sneered and waved his sleeves. Yellow light descended and bombarded the world like thousands of ancient mountains. This power far exceeded the peak of the 14th stage. The rain god's expression changed wildly. He could not resist this power at all. He kept retreating. Suddenly, an invisible force pressed against his back. From the corner of his eye, he saw Qin Feng's cold expression. "Let me borrow your body." A faint voice sounded in his ear. Then, the rain god realized that he had lost control of his body. An extremely powerful force entered his body from the top of his head. Chaotic world of gods. With the support of the extremely powerful laws of heaven and earth, the rain elemental laws in the rain god's body temporarily turned into a heavenly law. Heaven elemental laws, endless vortex. Countless pitch-black raindrops appeared in the sky. Boom! All the primes were dumbfounded. The countless raindrops transformed into a huge vortex that could devour heaven and earth. The yellow light that Empyrean Stone Saint released was instantly devoured by the huge vortex. Then, the huge vortex hit Empyrean Stone Saint. No! With an extremely shrill roar, the vortex's tearing force of varying degrees tore Empyrean Stone Saint's body apart. Even his divine spirit and divine core were crushed, turning him into a pile of dust and disappearing. It's the peerless law after the rain elemental laws advanced to the heavenly level, the endless vortex. An evil god muttered, "I'm afraid only a 15-stage existence can resist this power. Kill him." A prime surrounded by crimson light sighed. His power was extremely domineering. Among the many evil gods in the group, his status was extremely high. He didn't advance to the 15th stage. He must have relied on external forces to temporarily transform his god law into a heavenly law. It's not difficult to kill him. Another evil god, exuding strong water elemental energy, said coldly. His power had vaguely reached the threshold of the 15th stage. He could be considered one of the strongest existences among the group of experts. The surrounding evil gods and primes respected him greatly. Kill. At the side, the other two existences whose power far exceeded the 14th stage could no longer hold back their killing intent. They attacked in an instant. These two existences were the other two primes of the Lin family in Langi Spirit region. They were both patriarchs with strong foundations. Their power had already reached the true peak of the 14th stage. One of them had already nurtured a divine son and could temporarily operate a heavenly law. Other than the fact that their divine nations had yet to transform, they could be considered half a step into the 15th stage. Seeing that their Empyrean Stone Saint had fallen and couldn't save him in time, the two Empyreans were furious. Supreme God Law, Ice and Snow Oblivion. Heaven Elemental Law, Earth Withering. The two of them were filled with killing intent. They used their trump cards the moment they attacked. It was earth-shattering. Divine King, save me. I can't hold on any longer. The rain god was almost scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. His legs went soft. He couldn't withstand the power of the 15th stage at all. Today's blind date was a failure. I finally got some energy after meeting a beauty. In the end, I got a lot of eye rolls. Chapter 1063. Don't be afraid. A peak rank, 14 and a half step heavenly law won't be able to touch them. Qin Feng shook his head. Godly king, since the rain god is afraid, let me do it. The river god stared blankly. With the support of the laws of heaven and earth, the source laws had transformed into Empyrean laws. Although this was only a brief moment, if one could carefully comprehend it, the benefits would be endless. The difficulty of advancing to rank 15 would be reduced by more than half. This was a great opportunity, although the two Lin clan heavenly venerables were exceptionally terrifying. All right, Qin Feng's expression changed, and the river god appeared in front of the rain god. The powerful rank 14 aura on the river god's body instantly broke through, and a brand new water-type heavenly law was formed under the power of the divine nation. The river god's true form was a water-type spirit born in a water eye, and it took 1,000 years to transform. He comprehended one of the laws under the water-type origin law, the one origin law, rumble. When the heavenly law was born, the world turned gloomy and dark clouds shrouded it. Many evil gods and autarchs could hear the thunderous rumbling of a torrent. In the next moment, a pitch-black light shot out from the river god's hand. At first, the black light was only a single line. It was like the Milky Way, and it became thicker and thicker. In the next moment, it turned into a black tide that covered the sky and blasted out. Heavenly Law, One Origin Bombardment. The One Origin Law was a compound law born from the combination of water-type origin law and force origin law. A drop of one origin primordial water had the power of a sea. When this attack was blasted out, the entire sky seemed to be blasted apart by the one origin law. It was soundless. The two supreme martial artists of the Lin clan who were rushing down were crushed by the black torrent. Bang! An undetectable sound of flesh exploding rang out, and countless pieces of flesh and divine souls were turned into dust by the black tide. They were swept into the world by the tide and turned into heavy rain. The raindrops carry the essence of a rank 14 god as they fell into the Hungshan Mountains. Many of the destroyed vegetation had a jade-like luster. Ordinary beasts also received the essence of the god and transformed into demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, opening the path of cultivation. Is this the power of the one origin law after advancing to the heaven rank? Hishan was grinning from ear to ear, especially the brief enlightenment he had gained after his water origin law had advanced to a heaven rank law. This even caused him to scratch his head and wish for nothing more than to enter into closed-door cultivation right away. Damn it, the rain deity was secretly regretful. His moment of cowardice had allowed the river deity to take advantage of him. Interesting. Qin Feng closed his eyes and pondered. He had also obtained many benefits. These two completely new water elemental laws were something he had never comprehended before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he refined the water-type innate indestructible spirit light to another level. In his sea of consciousness, the water divinity sun became even more sacred, and its radiance became even brighter. At the same time, within the endless maelstrom, the origin blast, and the two heavenly laws of water were gradually being mastered by Qin Feng. The number of heavenly laws he truly grasped had increased from 2 to 4. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Qin Feng smiled. This was a kind of joint cultivation in a broader sense. The Lin family's 3 14th-rank powerhouses had died one after another at the hands of the rain deity and river deity. This finally attracted the attention of the evil gods and supremes who had rushed over. In all fairness, these 3 14th-rank supremes aren't weak at all. How strange. Empyrean Rain Deity being able to kill Empyrean Stone Saint was already beyond everyone's expectations. How could this river deity be so strong? Although the Rain Deity and River Deity are 14th-rank supremes, they aren't too outstanding. The Rain Deity has always been a coward, and the River Deity is famous for his craftiness. These two deities have improved too quickly. This is unbelievable. It's strange indeed. No matter how you look at it, The rain deity and river deity are 14th rank powerhouses. Many evil gods and supremes hesitated as they looked at the mountain peak whereby Emperor's ancient temple was. And this was only the rain deity and river deity. There was still an even more mysterious 14th rank existence that had yet to make a move. Looking at the rain deity and river deity's respectful attitude towards that 14th rank youth, it was clear that he was the strongest. No matter what, we can't miss out on by Emperor's treasure. It contains by Emperor's comprehension of breaking through to the heavenly realm, as well as the countless supreme treasures he collected in his later years. The extremely powerful water-type evil god from before shouted, "Everyone, attack together!" There were 3 14th rank water-type gods here. If they were killed, not to mention the by Emperor's treasure inside, just the luck of water alone was enough to trigger his killing intent. Attack together and kill them all. On the side, the other water-type supremacy from the unorthodox Mirage Moon sect was also filled with killing intent. When supremes of the same element, apart from submitting, they could only fight to the death. Kill. Regardless of whether it was because of their desire for by Emperor's treasure or because they were fighting for the path of the same element. Nearly 7 evil gods and supremes pounced toward by Emperor's ancient temple. Among them were the remaining 3 14th rank water-type supremes. The rain deity and river deity's expressions changed. Their scalps went numb. They couldn't help but take a few steps back and stand in front of Qin Feng. The terrifying aura was earth-shattering. Several terrifying power of laws that could shatter the void had already reached the mountain peak. Once it struck, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. On the blue stone, Qin Feng stood up and raised his head slightly. "You're just courting death." Without a sound, the laws of nature of the chaotic world of gods descended from above. The 15th rank water type, sun suddenly swelled several times, as though it had swallowed a huge amount of tonic. Heaven rank laws of nature, life absorption. A light blue divine light appeared from Qin Feng's body as though it was solid. The next moment, a light blue tide suddenly covered the void. It enveloped the 7 14th rank experts charging over. No, like beasts about to die. The remaining supremes watched in horror as the 7 evil gods and supremes' flesh and blood essence silently dried up. Even their divine spirits shrank rapidly, like a pond that had been drained dry. These evil gods are finished. This person is probably a true 15th rank existence, and not just any ordinary 15th rank existence. He's probably already cultivated his own divine nation. At the side, a supremes with fluttering sleeves had a solemn look in his eyes. He looked like a great Confucian scholar who had studied hard for dozens of years. His body was surrounded by an aura of righteousness. It was as if one could see a great Confucian scholar teaching countless scholars. This was a 15th rank, heaven rank expert. The 4 or 5 supremes behind him also seemed to be from the same sect. They wore Qianquan geographical skirts and Shanha Sheiji jackets. Each of them had deep sleeves and were like great scholars who had come out of seclusion and were well-read. He killed 7 evil gods and supremes with one strike. After devouring the life essence of 7 evil gods and supremes, as well as a few deity positions, Qin Feng's body seemed to emit an extremely rich light. That was the light of life. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the remaining 6 supremes. People from the Sheiji Xian sect. There's more later. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.